Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay.
Morning.
It's all right. It is time to get started. I do want to call the meeting to order. We have a lot to do, and I think this is going to be a great time. But before I say my remarks, I'm going to turn it over to the county manager.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And board-led engagement, we are calling our 2025 Fall Retreat. To my knowledge, this board has never participated in this type of retreat before. So we are certainly breaking new ground here. We have a pretty packed agenda that LaShawn Carter, our Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer, will speak to shortly. This unique engagement is designed to provide a greater and deeper understanding of the board's priorities. As you have heard me share on several occasions dating back to April, my strategy for success as county manager is led through collaboration and intentionality in service to this board and Mecklenburg County residents. This fall retreat is part of my ongoing effort to improve our collaborative approach to eliminating blind spots and barriers as we serve our community. The engagement and discussions we will have over the course of the next 2 days will not preclude any existing ongoing work and efforts, nor is it meant to replace our current course. Instead, the goal of our engagement is to inform our future work as we begin to lay down the foundation for the next fiscal year and budget cycle. And I must admit, the cabinet, the staff, and I are looking forward to you all individually standing on this side of the podium for a change. Got our popcorn to present, and we have our very challenging questions written down so we can rate each one of you. The shoe is on the other foot. No, but seriously, we're looking forward to each one of your presentations. LaShawn and the team have advised me that you all have taken this very seriously. I understand there's a little nervous energy as well, which is good. That makes sure that you're on point. So collectively, we are looking forward to this 2-day experience. I myself will be looking for the entire board to provide guidance on how to approach some of the priorities and recommendations that may arise through your individual presentations, especially those recommendations that may fall outside of our mandated responsibilities or our current priorities. In addition to your individual presentations, you will be provided with an update related to my new performance management framework, the status of our deep dive assessment on our operating budget, and a proposal for the Managing for Success strategy, as well as the community service grant process. All part of my organizational reset plan that we discussed about a month ago. At this time, I'll invite Chairman Durrell to make some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Let me start. We are live streaming, correct? Oh, well, we are. So let me start with introductions. I'll start to my right with board members, and then Mr. Manager, if you will have your executive team introduce themselves as well.
Hi, good morning. I'm Laura Meyer, and I represent District 5.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner Susan Rodriguez-McDowell, honored to be elected by the people of District 6.
Good morning. I am Mecklenburg County Commissioner Elaine Powell, representing Huntersville, Davidson, Cornelius, and North Charlotte.
Good morning. I'm George Dunlap, elected by the people of District 3.
Good morning. My name is Lee Altman, County Commissioner serving at large, and I also have the privilege of serving as Vice Chair.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Jarrell. I've been elected by the people of District 4. Also have the honor of serving as chair.
Good morning. Welcome to those that are viewing us online and those who are in the audience. Thank you for being here. My name's Arthur Griffin, and I have the pleasure of representing you as the County Commissioner at Large.
Great morning. My name is Vilma D. Leak, and I represent the most powerful district in the county. That's District 2. Welcome.
Good morning, Tyrone Wade, County Attorney.
Can't hear you.
Tyrone Wade, County Attorney.
Morning, Mike Bryan, Mecklenburg County Manager.
Morning, Michael Griswold, Director of Strategy and Innovations.
Adrian Cox, County Budget Director.
Good morning, LaShawn Carter, Chief Equity Inclusion Officer.
Good morning, Dr. Kim Campbell, Deputy County Manager, Consolidated Health and Human Services Agency.
Hi, good morning, Michelle Attree, Deputy County Manager.
Can't hear you.
Good morning, Michelle Attree, Deputy County Manager.
Good morning, Derek Ramos, Deputy County Manager and Chief of Staff.
Clerks.
Good morning, Christine Smith, Clerk to the Board.
Good morning, Arlissa Easton, Deputy Clerk to the Board.
All right. And what we'll do, we have a lot
lot of staff here, so we'll stop right there and just say thank you and good morning to everyone that's a part of this great Mecklenburg County team. Join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before I turn it over to LaShawn, I do want to say, first off, thank you to our amazing staff for putting this together. The idea for this is not for this to be a heavy 2 days, but as the manager stated, the intention is for board members to be able to go deeper into those areas that we're passionate about. A lot of times, as you know, we are on a timer to have to respond to some very substantive issues. And 3 minutes does not always allow for us to get our thoughts out and to really allow our staff to understand what's in our heads. And this is just an opportunity for us to be able to, again, go deeper into areas that we're passionate about. It's not necessarily for priority purposes, as the manager stated, but it's for purposes of things that we want to give visibility to as colleagues. And what I'm going to ask is that, and Sean will reiterate this, is that we extend grace to one another, that we have fun, that we enjoy, and make the purpose not for ourselves, but certainly for the public. So if we stumble, we fumble, it's okay. I already had a question from staff this morning, and someone said, Nick, how come you don't know that answer? So we'll have fun with this, but this is certainly something that we think can inform us going into the retreat to the extent that we can give the manager and staff direction. We want to do that as well. So let's just sit back, enjoy one another, take in the information. I'm going to be a little nimble with the timer today on our feedback, but if somebody starts dominating the conversation and doesn't allow room for others to be able to speak, then we're going to ding you. So Sean will lay out all those rules, and I think we are a couple minutes ahead of schedule. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to LaShawn.
Can't hear you.
We will keep it that way. Before we get started, just to loosen things up, I'm going to invite Rebecca Herbert to come up to do a quick icebreaker.
Great.
Oops. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
So to build on what the county manager said this morning, what the chairman said, what LaShawn has worked for weeks to prepare, we want to have a little fun, but we're not going to be silly. That's my commitment. We're going to have a little fun. We're not going to be silly. So I have put together an exercise for all of you this morning. So my friends at the computers, I'm going to just go ahead and say, yeah, all right. So morning exercise, because I don't like the term icebreaker. All right, so the reason you all are assembled this Relationship and results. That's why all of you are here today. And so this exercise builds upon the concept of relationship and results. And this exercise will involve everyone in the room. So our elected officials, our leaders, staff, everyone in the room, with the exception of my colleagues who are running the live stream. All right, unless you can figure out how to do that and come hang out with us. So everyone in the room. So when we talk about relationships and results, some terms that I'm putting before you this morning that I hope will add value to your experience throughout this afternoon into tomorrow. If you can see under relationships, you see the terms trust and inspire, right? And those are some terms that we're going to kind of explore again in service to you for this entire day and tomorrow. And then when we talk about results, all of you want to have an effective 2-day retreat. That's the immediate results you're seeking. And bigger than that, broader than that, everyone in this room is here because they care about the quality of life in Mecklenburg County. So we're talking about relationship and results. Building on these concepts to get you ready for the exercise. So, I'm going to go back. When we talk about trust, some terms that you can think about this morning and beyond are illustrated here in this graphic. And this is from Stephen M. R. Covey's Trust and Inspire book. You see character and competence. Character, right, that's the unseen. Nobody walked in this morning and folks said, wow, your character looks really great, right? It is the unseen on which we build the fruits of effectiveness. So it starts there with integrity, those are the roots, then intent, then capability, and results. So I may be a person of high integrity and high intent. I do not have the capability to drive a stick shift. So no matter what type of integrity and intent I demonstrate to you, I do not have that capability, and therefore my results will be weak. So none of us can go on, one of those reality shows where somebody's got to drive a stick shift. You don't want me as your partner. Those are some terms that you can explore during this exercise in your 2-day retreat. When we talk about inspire, remember I said trust and inspire, the book encourages us to think in terms of 3 phrases: inclusion, creativity, and collaboration. Well, all of those have already been spoken this morning, right? Either in front or inside conversations. And so that's something we're seeking to, that inclusion, creativity, and collaboration mindset. So the exercise. Lots of words on the screen for your reference. I'll kind of walk you through it. What we're going to do is to get to know everyone in the room a little bit better. And here's how that's going to work. We're going to have, the colors are seeing. So there are 4 stations around the room. Nobody get up, do anything yet. But there are 4 stations around the room with 3 baskets of questions. There are yellow questions, blue questions, and green questions. This is a station up here that I'll push into the room for convenience. There is a station over there, there's a station over here, and there's a station up front. When I tell you it's time to go, we're going to invite you to come to one of the stations of questions, grab a question. And you'll see the yellow questions are light and casual questions. If your coffee hasn't kicked in yet this morning, maybe you want to start with a yellow one. That's fine. It's a light, get to know you, kind of like your first date questions. The one that's not showing up, blue, those are our trust questions. So those trust questions are going to pull from that illustration. It might ask you about integrity, intent, someone you worked with once upon a time that demonstrated trust. And then the green questions are those inspiration-based questions. So it'll have questions about collaboration and inclusion and creativity, okay? So you can do each color, or you can stay where you feel comfortable. We really want everyone to be as comfortable as you can this morning. So wherever you feel most comfortable, that's where you can draw a question from. And we'll do 3 rounds. So first round, you'll buddy up with somebody, and you will read your question, and my colleague Melanie is going to come up here, and we're going to demo this for you. So the first round, there's going to be 3 rounds of this exercise. I am mindful of the clock, Chairman and LaShawn. There are 3 rounds. Here's how it works. I'll read it, and it's back there, and then we'll model it for you. So each of you will grab a question. You will read your question, answer your question, and then invite your colleague to answer your question. And then they will read their question, answer their question, and invite you to answer. I skipped the most important thing. Please buddy up with someone you don't know or don't know very well, and first introduce yourself. Okay? So we're going to model it for you. All right. Hi, I'm Rebecca. I'm Melanie. Hello. Melanie's fabulous. All right. So my question is, what is a smell that brings you good memories? A smell that brings me good memories is the smell of Dove soap, because it reminds me of my great aunt and spending the night at her house when I was a little kid. So Dove soap. So how about you? What is a smell that brings a good memory?
Well, while I will not drink it, I say Folgers coffee because it reminds me of my grandmother. That's whenever I was at her house, she was always drinking Folgers coffee. So that's mine. And my question is, imagine you were set to deliver an important presentation to leadership and you had an emergency. Who would you trust to make the presentation on your behalf and why? I would say one of my former teammates, we did Gallup Clifton Strengths, and she was known on our team as the maximizer. That's the person that kind of puts the cherry on top. She was always dependable, so whether she knew the presentation or not, I know I could hand it off to her and she would excel in it.
And I would say it's actually someone in the room, Ebenezer Gajarlapudi, who I had the opportunity to work for about 5 years, because he has done that for me one time when I got called away to an emergency, and he has a depth of both content and character. So I would say Ebenezer. All right, that's how you do it. Thanks, Melanie. Yay.
All right.
All right. So any questions before we get started on this exercise? Any questions for understanding? Okay, when I say go, we're all going to stand up and come to a station. Again, there's one in the back. There's one up here, right there. We are all going to participate. There's 3 rounds. I'll let you know when time is up for the first. We're going to schedule about 3-4 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Are we going to find a partner first, or are we finding them at the questions?
However you want to do it.
Okay.
Someone you don't.
Yes. So we're going to try and partner with someone you don't know or don't know well. All right. So probably partner first, then question. Yes, ma'am.
And do we have 3 different people?
That is great. I am struggling on instructions. All right. So when this is done, you will have met other people, because let's say you and Suzette pair up first round. Second round, you guys are going to find different people.
Okay.
So the goal is to meet as many people this morning as you can. So you and Suzette may pair up the first time, and then you and Carly may pair up the second time. Okay? Yep. So first, great, we're going to build on this. Look at this collaboration right here, real time. So first, find your person, and then come over and start grabbing your question. All right, ready, set, move. First round.
Suzette, you're my person.
There is a station in the back by Commissioner Griffin. LaShawn's right here. There's a station right there.
No.
All right, there we go. There's a station in the center. If we need trios, we can make trios. Here we go.
About 1 more minute. All right, and that is the end of round 1. That is the end of round 1. Please say thank you to your partner. Find a new partner, new questions. That's the end of round 1. End of round 1. All right, that is the end of round 1. Say thank you to your partner, find a new partner, and a new question. End of round 1, find a new partner and a new question. Put your question back. Okay, there you go. You can change stations, you can move around the room, find a new partner, new questions. All right, and so we're putting 3 minutes on the clock for round 2, go. About 1 more minute. In my car. I don't know where the other one is always in my backpack. And I feel like I lose them all the time. Roger needs a partner. Might be done. I don't know. Let's see. All right. 30 seconds. right, please thank your partner. Please thank your partner. Now we're moving into the third and final round. Find a new partner and a new question. All right, so we're going to thank our partner. We're moving into round 3. Find a new partner and a new question. All right, that is the end of round 3. Please thank your partner and put your questions back and go back to your seat. All right, please thank your partner, put your questions back,
and go back to your seat.
Always provide you cover.
Oh, and I know how to
Vice versa in the meeting.
Yeah.
All right, so we're coming back because we do need to be mindful. You have a robust agenda for the rest of the day. So as we're coming back, just a quick kind of wrap up. What was that like? What was that like this morning?
Very
Awesome.
good. Excellent.
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 Say more.
Yeah.
Did you learn something?
I learned something. I learned about coffee. I learned about space. I learned about collaboration. Good.
Awesome. Awesome. Yes, ma'am. How was it for you?
I really enjoyed it. I think it was important. And I appreciate you. You know, like I've known you since you started. You are outstanding at things like this. Thank you.
It's a privilege to be with you guys this morning. All right, with that, I will turn it back over to all the fellows.
Right. I like it too.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. And we'll have more opportunities for that type of engagement over the next day or two. So my charge here is to kind of orient you to the binder and the structure for today. And so I'll do a couple things procedurally to ensure that you have all that you need to have a successful 2-day retreat, but I'll also share a little bit of what to expect from each other and how the course of the day will go. So first things first is you all should have a binder. The board should have a binder, and that binder kind of covers the presentations over the next couple of days. I will review them for those who do not, just to put that into the room for today. So the first thing we'll have is a presentation from our chair on affordable housing. Secondly, we'll have a presentation from our vice chair on workforce development. Then we'll have a presentation from Michael Griswold, our Office of Strategy and Innovation Director, and he'll share a performance management framework on community and corporate, the approach to our scorecard that's you've heard a lot from our county manager on. Then we'll go to lunch. We'll come back from lunch. We'll do another engaging icebreaker opportunity, and then we'll go right back into the presentations, and you'll hear from Commissioner Dunlap on youth crime. And then we'll come back and have a presentation from Commissioner Griffin on workforce development. And then we'll end our day with a presentation from our Commissioner Leak on critical home repair. And then County Manager Michael Bryant will close us out to end the day. Then we'll go into day 2, and we'll open up right out the gate with a presentation from Adrian Cox, our Office of Management and Budget Director, on community service grants redesign. And then we'll have a presentation from Commissioner Meyer on mental health. We'll have a presentation from Commissioner Powell on natural resources, the priority of land acquisition with the conservation and preservation framework. Then we'll break for lunch again. Then we'll have a presentation coming out of lunch from Commissioner Susan Rodriguez McDowell on child fatality prevention and protective task force. And then we'll have a presentation from Commissioner Yvette Townsend Ingram on ad hoc minority business and global growth opportunities. And to close out tomorrow, we'll have another presentation from Adrian Cox on program review and the budget deep dive assessment update, leading us into our annual January retreat. And we'll end our 2-day retreat with closing remarks from County Manager Bryant. In addition to that, we have a couple things that I wanted to bring into the room. So first is this notion of purpose and presenting on these topics that are important and aligned to your priorities, but also that are important and aligned to your personal passions. This is an opportunity for commissioners to clarify their connection to the topic, why it's so important that we consider these ideas, and why it's so important that we bring these into focus for the residents and community members of Mecklenburg County. And then lastly, demonstrating that not everything we talk about is abstract. They truly align to our priorities and the services that we provide to our community. So When it comes time for your presentations, again, not everyone was required to have a PowerPoint. Some of you did, but that's not the point of the day. The point of the day is really for you to give an opportunity to share meaning and motivation, explaining kind of your why or why this is such a public service imperative, showcasing your skills and expertise. Oftentimes, we only get to hear from you as question askers, but we know there's so much more to you than that, and this is an opportunity for you to do that in the form of educating and informing your colleagues on your area of interest. And then lastly, or second to lastly, is engage and inspire your colleagues on these topics and unlocking pathways for impact and department connections as you've been interacting with our subject matter experts. As participants, this is your opportunity to provide warm feedback to each other, provide cool feedback in the form of gaps of your curiosity, but ultimately asking those clarifying questions, which, again, our chair will facilitate. And then lastly, and honestly, being respectful, constructive, and courteous. And to that end, the Office of Equity and Inclusion, we do this every time we present. And so I want to share with you what we call our shared environment. These are what we consider to be our working agreements. I'll be quick here, but they're important to bring this into context. One, hard things and soft ways. Sometimes when we present and we share things, the conversation is intentionally and necessarily hard. And what I invite you to do is figure out and identify the ways to say those hard things in soft ways. What that means is you're considerate in thinking about, I have to say this, and it's important to my constituents, it's important to my stakeholders, but the best way for me to say it is in a soft way, a way that it can be received thoughtfully, received with gratitude and grace. And so I would invite you to consider how to say those hard things in soft ways. Secondly, taking up space and making space for others. This is us honoring and acknowledging that we're all here and we are individual experts of our lived experience, but we're here to occupy and share space. What is learned here, leave here. This is where we attribute what we learn to each other, to the collective intellect of this room, and not necessarily to individuals. And then encouraging that this is a brave space. We'll say those things with curiosity and courageousness rather than calling this a safe space, because the truth about a safe space is that we don't know that it's safe if people are not willing to be brave. So if you have those important questions, ask them. Also, offer what you can and ask for what you need. So we have subject matter experts in the room that are here to offer feedback and support and answer any questions, particularly if there are things that you're not necessarily sure about or in your research you got stuck on. Our subject matter experts are going to be in the room to ensure that we get those clarifying questions answered. This is my favorite one, and it's if you're prone to hip-hop, you will know that the prophet and poet Nasir Jones said all he needs is one mic. And what I will tell you is that all we need is one mic, meaning that when the floor is yours, the floor is truly yours. We do not interrupt each other. We do not talk on top of each other. We acknowledge that the floor is yours. Secondly, we expect and accept non-closure. We're not going to solve all of Mecklenburg County's problems today. That's not the intent. We're going to lift up things that are important to us. We're going to ensure that we're engaging in thoughtful dialogue, and we're going to walk away from this knowing what our commitment to our community truly is and how we can do that in the presence of each other and together. And then lastly, strong opinions loosely held. I know for a fact this room is full of people with strong opinions. And what I would invite you to do over the course of the next 2 days is hold them loosely, hold them gently. Understand that you do not have to change your mind, but your mind can be influenced by other people's input, other people's data, other people's research. Meaning, keep those strong opinions, but hold them enough to allow other people's opinions to come in contact with yours. When you do that, you have a productive conversation. The next 2 days will be fantastic. I know these presentations are going to be awesome. And so we're going to walk away with some other things. Just a reminder, the subject matter experts will be in the room. They're here to develop and provide deeper knowledge and accuracy. They're here to offer context and practical insights. They're here to reinforce and establish credibility. They're here to ensure that you're ultimately taking away and finalizing any of the things that you bring up today. Again, their role is not necessarily to present on your behalf, but they are here to edify if there are questions that you are not able to answer. So really quickly, you'll have 45 minutes each. You'll have up to 20 minutes for presenting. Obviously, the chair has the prerogative of the bell. He may or may not ring that, but we'll engage in some conversation, some dialogue after that. And then lastly, and what I think is most importantly, you will get to end with 5 minutes of either a closing argument or call to action. And so that's really an opportunity for you to get the last word on your topic rather than the question being left kind of hanging out there. And so presentation, dialogue, you get to make the last word, whether it be a closing argument or a call to action as we lead into our fall retreat. So again, we talked about what's in your binder. All the presentations are in the binder as well as the agenda. In some cases, there are some additional handouts to offer additional context. And in the event that there were anything that came after it, we'll track those things down for you and we'll provide them in a follow-up. With that being said, we're going to jump into our first presentation coming from our chair. Again, just a quick hand understanding. This is going to be your keys to your presentation. The big circle in the middle is your forward. So if you want to present from the podium, the big circle is how you move forward. The small circle is how you move backwards. Commissioner Jarrell, the floor is now yours. Thank you.
All right, good morning, colleagues, Mr. Manager, staff. It's great to be here this morning. Let me get acclimated. So, colleagues, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to set the bar really low for each and every one of you. All right? I'm going to set it very low. Anyway, let me do one housekeeping. In your binder, don't follow along with this presentation. I have a completely different presentation. The one in your binder is just, it's just there. It's a placeholder, okay? So we're going to go ahead and get started. Let me make sure that I keep up with the time. Madam Vice Chair, you have the gavel.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So I need a little participation from you guys. As you're aware, these are our priorities. You guys know that I like to make sure that we're always grounded in our priorities. And I'm going to ask for a little bit of participation from some of you that will participate. I want you to take a look at those priorities, and in your mind, I want you to level set with just 3 of them, the top 3 that comes to your mind. So just take a couple seconds, and only 3. If I asked you which 3 you're passionate about or you wanted to focus on, what 3 would those be? So just take a minute, and then let me get a volunteer so I don't want to have to call anybody out. All right, Commissioner Meyer, thank you. What 3 come to your mind?
Education, environmental stewardship, and reducing racial disparities.
Ooh.
Can't hear you.
Education, environmental stewardship, and reducing racial disparities.
Okay, anybody else? Commissioner Powell.
Health equity and wellness, environmental stewardship, and reducing racial disparities.
Health equity. Say that again, Commissioner.
Health equity and wellness, environmental stewardship, and reducing racial disparities.
All right, let's see. Can we get one more? I knew YTI, I knew it.
Good morning. Economic development, workforce development, and services for seniors.
Fantastic. So I know, is anybody else burning to say 3? Commissioner Griffin?
Yeah, education, workforce development, and reducing racial disparities.
Okay, fantastic. So there's some commonality among those. So the questions that I would ask us are this. If you think about, I want you to think about those priorities that were just named and imagine if housing was not a part of that. So if you take education, can we really have an impact in education if someone is unhoused? Or how big of an impact can we have? If you take the priority of workforce, if we have families that are unhoused, how big of an impact can you have on the workforce if they're sleeping in their cars? Let's take mental health. What is someone's mental health state if they're unhoused? And I just want that to just settle because I'm not trying to be flippant, I'm not trying to be cute. I want us to really think about that because that's going to help ground the rest of this presentation. Because I believe personally that everything we fund, everything that is a priority for us, that the foundation of those priorities is actually housing. And so I want to start with one simple truth, and that is this. One of the things that you'll see in this presentation is that if people can't afford to live here, none of our other priorities really matter. And again, affordable housing is the thread that I think connects all of our priorities. How can we sustain progress in these areas without addressing where people live and what you'll see soon, what they can afford? And I want to look at housing not just as a single issue, but I want to look at it through a lens through which we view health. I want to look at it through a lens which we view education, workforce, equity, and opportunity. And just so you know that this isn't the Mark Jarrell show, this isn't just Mark's words, or, I've got some resources and some folks that have decided to help with this. And has anybody heard of a little place called Harvard University? Yeah? Okay. Well, the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies from 2024, let me give you this quote. Housing is the platform for nearly every other social and economic outcome, from education and health to employment and even civic participation. Anybody heard of a gentleman named Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? A couple people in the room have heard of him. Great. Dr. King said this: "It's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps." About a decade ago, there was a study that came out that I think everyone is familiar with, the Chetty study. And that study said that ranked Charlotte 50 out of 50 of large cities as it relates to economic mobility. And that led to a report, Leading on Opportunity. I know probably everyone in the room has read that report. But one of the interesting things that came out of that report was this piece about housing. And I'm going to quote it. "Housing instability undermines nearly every dimension of opportunity, Commissioner Griffin. Got it. Education, health, family stability, and economic mobility." So let's ground us in what our community looks like. As you all know, we've got about 1.2 million people that live in this county. We have 157 new residents moving in every day into our region, to be clear. Our projected population in 2050 will be 1.7 million people. Currently, we have a median household income of $81,000, median rent $1,550. Our home ownership rate currently 58%. But one thing that we do know for sure, when you look at the data, there are too many people that can't afford to live here. And I believe if we were doing a SWOT analysis, one of the threats would be housing, and affordable housing is a threat to our community. So some questions to consider. And we touched on this earlier, but I want to go a little bit deeper. So what does it mean to invest in mental health when someone is sleeping in their car? Vice Chair Altman, how can we talk about workforce when our workforce can't afford to live here? If we build parks, if we build schools, but families can't afford to stay, who are we building those places for? You all know that I'm passionate about economic development and what it can do and what it means for people's lives. Is it truly economic development if we're displacing the very workers who make our economy run? When we talk about racial equity, Commissioner Meyer, you mentioned this. What happens to racial equity when housing costs force families out of these opportunity zones? And I don't want us to look at these as just rhetorical questions, but I believe that they actually go to the heart of why housing must be a county priority and why this board should support wholeheartedly the manager's recommendation for a new ACM that is focused on housing and workforce. And so to be clear, when we talk about affordable housing, when we talk about housing insecurity, I want us to all be on the same page as far as what we're talking about. In simple terms, that is when an individual or families devote more than 30% of their income to housing. And I also want us to understand that housing insecurity includes not just high costs, but also poor quality of housing, unstable neighborhoods, overcrowding, and homelessness. And so these next few slides that you're going to see is additional data that we're taking from our community. As you can see here, from 2010, the lines that you see are, one line shows rent and one line shows wages. And you can see that the cost of living, or our rent, that disparity, that gap between rent and wages has increased. So wages are not keeping up with the cost of rent. When you think about the shortage that we have in this community, and you know, we like to throw around terms, especially AMI, we love to talk about AMI, but there's a real impact when we talk about AMI, and you can see here from this chart, when you look at the affordable unit deficit, everyone, if you combine the 60% AMI and below, there's about a 23,000 unit deficit for 60% AMI and below. In just a second, you will see exactly what that means as far as income. A family in our community at 100% AMI is 101,000. 80% AMI is 80,000, or close to 81,000. 60% AMI, 60,720. 30% AMI, 30,360. So when you look at, I said the median rent in our community, I told you before, was $1,550. For a one-bedroom, as you see here, average monthly rent in our community is $1,450. To ensure you're not housing insecure, you have to make at least $58,000. So God forbid if you have a family of more than one, this shows you what you would be able to afford in this community and what you have to make. And I really want this slide to sink in. To get a two-bedroom home, you have to make, or apartment, you have to make at least $70,000. So anybody who's at 60% AMI and below, you can hang up the two-bedroom, or you're going to have to make some tough choices. Those choices can include lights, food, amenities, things for your children. And just to be clear, what we're talking about, those that are in that $60,000 bracket are people that are really close to us. We're talking teachers. What are some professions that you think are right around the $60,000 mark? Anybody have any ideas?
DSS worker.
Say that again, Commissioner?
DSS worker.
I was going to save that for last, but you're exactly right. DSS worker.
Minimum wage.
I'm sorry? Go ahead, say it, Commissioner.
I think last budget cycle, I think I said something about raising the $20 minimum wage.
Yes, yes. DSS worker, anybody else want to say anything?
Anybody in transportation?
Transportation, thank you.
Food services.
Food services. How about teachers? Thank you. I heard you, Christine. Yeah, teachers.
Even nurses.
Nurses. How about public health?
Truck drivers.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Housekeepers. Low wages.
Absolutely. So, again, if you think about what we've named teachers, nurses, truck drivers, people in education, public health, social services. When you think about that, those are people that are actually serving the community. They're serving the community, and they are people that can't afford to live here. They're the ones that we say and that we are trying to help. Let's break it down by race. So you all hear Commissioner Griffin also always talk about we need to disaggregate the data, right? Let's disaggregate it because it reflects, there's a difference in what the data reflects when you take it cumulatively. But when you look at it here, and we're going to start with median household income, and you can see African Americans are less than $60,000. Our Hispanic, Latino brothers and sisters are just slightly north of $60,000. Caucasians are just slightly south of $100,000, and our Asian communities are slightly north of $100,000. When you look at the racial breakdown of who's rent burdened, who's housing insecure, you can clearly see that it disproportionately impacts our African American and Hispanic Latino community as cost burden. And we know what that's saying is these communities are spending more than 30% of their income on housing. We like to talk about the social determinants of health a lot, and it should. That is certainly the wheelhouse. And when you look at the housing as a social determinant of health, we know that as it relates to jobs or workforce, housing stability improves job retention. As it relates to health care, safe, stable housing lowers chronic disease and that burden. As it relates to transportation, we're having a huge discussion in this community on this topic right now. Reduces commute time and it reduces cost. As it relates to education, this is something that we invest in. The majority of our budget, the largest portion that we invest in is education, from the cradle to the grave. It improves attendance, and we know that stable housing will improve performance. And of course, as it relates to equity, it certainly will reduce disparities in opportunity. And I know over the years I've heard, and we've had some tough discussions about what the county's role should be, who's responsible for what. And when you think about our statutory responsibilities, I've heard people talk about, LaShawn, this could potentially take away from our other responsibilities, particularly those who are mandated. And I think that is a fair proposition for us to look at. There's no question about it. Because we know that we're mandated statutorily to fund social services, our courts, public health, jails, election system. But we also have taken on responsibilities in the past that are not statutorily mandated, but certainly needed, and we should. We had an agreement with the city of Charlotte to take over our park system. That's not statutorily mandated, but that's something that we agreed to years ago. Our libraries are not statutorily mandated for us to invest in, but we do that. MEC Pre-K is something that we invest in as well. And when I first ran for office, one of the things that I did run on was I believe that the county should look at affordable housing in a different way, and that is with respect to units. not just wraparound services, particularly when you take a community that has a shortage of over 30,000 units. Excuse me. So I believe that affordable housing, while it's not mandated, I believe it's certainly essential. And that leads me to the efforts being made by Mecklenburg County, which I am really proud of this. And when you think about how we've leaned in this space with the 30% AMI all the way up to 80% AMI with our naturally occurring affordable housing or NOAA preservation efforts, I want to put it in these terms. We have preserved over 1,150 NOAA units to date. That number equates to north of 2,700 people. To be exact, 2,750 individuals have been directly impacted by Mecklenburg County's efforts as it relates to affordable housing. That's 2,750 individuals if this board and our staff did not decide to lean in with these preservation efforts. We can only imagine where they would be. Some in cars, some would have to leave the county, some certainly would be homeless in a shelter. And that reminds me, when we talk about the shelter, one time I spoke to a lady, I was at one of the shelters, and we were talking about some of the things that, I was talking about how glad I was that there was a shelter in place for individuals to go to, and there was an older lady, and I'll never forget, she pulled me aside, and she looked me in my face, and she said, "Son, the shelter is no place anybody wants to be." And that hit me like a ton of bricks, because everyone deserves a place to live, to call their own, to have a roof over their heads. And so it's not enough just to talk about the problem, the data is important, but also what are we going to do? And certainly we have made efforts as it relates to our NOAA preservation. But one of the things that I think we should also look for with respect to policy prescriptions will be continued or to start land banking, strengthen our public, private, and nonprofit partnerships. Our homes program is really important in looking at expanding those efforts. One thing that I think is something that I would love the board to consider, Mr. Manager, is when we know that our colleagues at CMS have surplus properties, and we've done this a couple of times, but I would like it to be something that we consider moving forward, is repurposing those sites and working with developers to repurpose those sites for affordable housing units. And looking at our housing impact fund as well. And then inclusionary zoning, that is something that is not necessarily on our side of the house, but certainly if we can provide equity as it relates to property taxes and making sure that people aren't cost burdened because of gentrification, that's a policy initiative that I believe should be a part of our legislative agenda. And so, colleagues, I'm going to open it up for questions, but I am going to ask us, if we don't do it, who will? And if we believe now is not the right time, I think all of us know and been in these roles long enough to know that there's never a good time to lean in different and new ways. And I would say that affordable housing, again, is the foundation of equity, it's the foundation of health, and certainly economic vitality. The final thing I would say before I would open it up to questions and comments is I don't believe that housing is just a line item in a budget. I truly believe that it's a lifeline. So thank you, everyone, and I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman Jarrell. I'm sorry to say, but you actually set the bar really, really high. So we're all going to struggle to keep up. I start on my left with Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for a really, really timely presentation. And all of this hits home with me for multiple reasons. But I want to focus on, with everything that you said, I want to focus on what Vice Chair Altman said, the people that work at DHHS. Is it possible to do a survey, anonymous or otherwise, to ensure that our employees that we employ, the services that we offer to other people, that they're not right now burdened with that? So first, making sure that we have no employees that are housing insecure. That would be my first question. Is it possible for us to do that? We'd love to do it for income, all of those things, making sure that we're taking care of home first.
I love that, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I can answer that. So in the past, we did have that information on file, and certainly that's something that we can look into as well. As Commissioner Griffin mentioned, last budget cycle, there was some discussion in terms of raising our lowest wage from $20. Our counterparts on the city side just recently raised their lowest wage to $24 an hour. So that's something that I've had discussions with OMB to keep in mind as we prepare for this upcoming budget cycle. But we certainly can take a look to see as it relates to if any of our employees are receiving some level of benefits from the county.
Yeah, I want to make sure, too, that specifically that each one of the things that we offer, so housing, are you housing insecure? Are you food insecure? Are you, if there is something, one of the major, at least take the top three.
Sure.
I think that's working.
I appreciate you raising that. That's something that I would certainly support. I think you got to take care of your own first, right? So I appreciate that perspective.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Leek, or any?
Let me first say.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. Let me first say thank you for your presentation. The level is extremely high for me as it relates to the presentation, but it is in line with what's happening today. My concern as a citizen and a taxpayer, what will be our burdens to continue to increase the taxes, to get the revenue, to do what has to happen to change this process of providing homes and living in good neighborhoods? I worry about it because my seniors on a fixed income, tax-wise, cannot do this to help bring this group back up.
That's right.
I've said to many citizens in the community, we are accepting too many people in the community. And if that's true, how do we carry the burden of taking care of them if we're not providing the resources necessary to take care of it? The infrastructure is not well enough to take care of the number of people that come here daily. Education system, all of the systems that we have is not going to eradicate the problem of the burden of housing. Anywhere there's vacant land today, you see apartments going up. And with that being so, who's going to be able to move into those apartments? Children are there. So it's a problem that we have to sit down and look at beyond saying we're going to raise taxes to make sure that we take care of those who can't take care of themselves. Because in 10 years, you're going to have to redo that same apartment complex.
Yeah.
So that's a major issue for me. How do we address it? How do we stop the growth at this point when we know we cannot afford to continue to carry it? Can somebody tell me?
If I can respond to that, let me
Yes.
just give you what my thoughts are on this. One, Commissioner, I agree with you 100% that we can't tax our way out of this. And so Just
Say
so-
that again. Say that again.
We cannot tax our way out of this situation. I agree with that 1,000%. And so, just so you're clear, colleagues, that's not something that I would subscribe to or even push for. I think with respect to what we have to, the tax burden that we place on residents, we should not go above what is needed to support our residents. So that's number one. So I want to be very clear about that. Number two, I don't believe that this is a county problem alone. This is a community problem. And frankly, it's a regional problem, it's a statewide problem, and it's a problem across the country. With that being said, there are things that I believe that we can do. We can strengthen our public-private partnerships. We can try to work for incentives or to incent those developers that lean in on as it relates to affordable housing. We can speed up permitting for those developers. Also, we have to work with the city of Charlotte. There's no question about that. We have to work not just with the city of Charlotte, but with our towns as well. We have to work with our state partners. So there are things that we can do. And unfortunately, with the numbers of people that are moving in here, I'm not one that believes that Mecklenburg County can stop economic forces. I don't believe that we have that power. Economic forces are going to play out the way that they play out. But what we can do, we can properly plan. We can provide the tools that people need, i.e. workforce development. We have to get people that are making $15 an hour, $16 an hour. We have got to get them to livable wages. And so to your point, Commissioner, that's the way that I would address your question and comment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just a list of things. First of all, certainly housing. Housing is extremely important. There's just no question about it from where I sit. But I go back to some of the data that's been around for a while. Black home ownership in 1970 was higher than it is in 2025. The genesis of that is the purchasing power of the dollar. The other piece is, I don't remember if we spent $500,000 for a study on corporate buying homes, et cetera, but we spent a lot of money on a study. And one of the things, there were 3 recommendations. The third recommendation we kind of laughed at and kept moving. The third recommendation was to reach out to the private sector, the corporations, to increase their wages. The next piece deals with homelessness in terms of racial equity. I think Stacey Lowry said a year ago, I don't know if it's the same, about 70% of our homeless are African Americans. African Americans are 33% of the population. If I'm wrong, Stacey? I'm right, okay. Stacey said I'm right. So racial disparity plays a role in all of the things that you talked about. You also mentioned CMS. Thanks to my colleagues, Bill Malik and George Dunlap, we made an intentional effort to try to have land around some of the schools. At the time, the purpose was trying to make sure we had naturally integrated neighborhoods so that you wouldn't have to deal with so much crosstown busing. So there is land that's available for us out there. But my final point, and I was doing some research months ago. I reached out to the city, whoever the lady is, can't even think of her name now, but she sent me, I want to know how much affordable housing, because that number keeps moving. And the city had produced 12,000 units. On the county's dashboard, they produced 20,000 units of affordable housing. That's 32,000 units. So what I see, the housing burden is a problem, but we got to figure out a way to at least address the economics of wages to try to help some of those folk. I don't discount housing as a major focus. It ought to be, it has to be a focus to make sure people can live here. But the wage piece has a critical role to play, as you just stated a minute ago. And I think we need to also, if you can't, I don't want to say you can't do one or the other. I don't want to forget about the importance of wages. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Powell.
Is that for me?
No.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I love that Rebecca started with the roots, because I know that your roots come from caring. And since 2018, we've done work in this area in a balanced way that didn't really hurt other priorities. When Commissioner Leek was sharing her concerns, I share them. Maybe for different reasons, but I share the exact same concerns. Because this will have an impact on, eventually, on tax rate. And, you know, like you said, it's national. 2 out of 3 people will tell you that this is their number one priority. And so I'm concerned about a lot of things, you know, like the projection for 1.7 million people. I don't believe the Catawba River could support that population. We don't have enough water for that many people. So I'm just concerned about, you know, when Commissioner Leek said stop the growth, it's like reckless growth to where we don't have the infrastructure we need to meet the needs of the people that are here, the taxpayers that are here. And so, you know, I guess my big concern is how do we do it in a balanced way? I love some of the ideas. I love the, you know, get the CMS land that they don't want anymore. I have always wondered, you know, I always vote no on selling the CMS land. So I think we should keep it. Anyway, and Tyrone, I guess you're my subject matter expert on this. Is it legal to land bank for affordable housing?
There's a process for land banking, Commissioner. There is a process for land banking, Commissioner Powell. We just have to look at the details.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
go ahead, I apologize.
That's enough for now. Thank you.
No, so I appreciate those comments. If I could just respond to a couple of things. One, when I talk about land banking, this presentation is for affordable housing purposes, obviously. But I think it's a multi-thronged process, a multi-purpose process. Would not just be, in my mind, for affordable housing, but for whatever need the county has. For example, South End is growing exponentially. We do not have parks in South End, right? There is no available land in South End. So we're going to have to come up with different ways. We might have to buy something, bank land that is available and repurpose it, right? So we might have to build a park a different way because there is no land available. So it's not just necessarily for affordable housing purposes, but for whatever a future board may consider the need is at that time. When we talk about property tax, I'm glad you brought that up, you and Commissioner Leek. One of the things that I think is really important, and I'm going to use this analogy. How many of us have heard that it costs less for us to educate somebody than it does to incarcerate? Has anybody heard that? Am I making that up? But we've heard that, right? In the same way that applies, we have to think about what it costs us when people are unhoused and all of those elements that I listed that lead to a level of instability that's going to be a cost burden to the county. When you think about public health, when you think about mental health, when you think about all of those things that are going to be a burden to the county, would we rather use a level of prevention with respect to housing that would offset some of that burden that happens, because it costs us a lot of money to go back and try to undo those harmful effects of people that are unhoused. So I would just ask that question or ask you to consider that when we talk about this idea of property taxes. We're going to pay as a community. It's how much are we going to pay?
Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This morning I heard on the radio that City Council is voting tonight on
Trust fund.
right.
Housing trust fund.
Right. I think 200 units or 230 units. How often do we actually cross over and work and partner with the city on affordable?
I don't have the exact number, but we have a really good collaboration with the city as it relates to housing needs, and it is increasing more and more as Marcus and I connect routinely, our staff, with Dr. Campbell, LaShonda Hart, and Stacy and some of the others. They have some routine meetings that they convene regularly as well.
Okay.
So I would say that it's a good, healthy partnership.
So I agree with you when you said we need to work with the city and we need to work with the corporate community. That's so important. We really need our corporate community to step up because we're talking about their employees for the most part. And I just, just to bring up the Pearl, because we did have a deal with the Pearl, and I don't know if this is an appropriate time, but they are a huge corporate nonprofit, but entity that we partnered with, and for affordable housing, that was a promise. And I just hope that we do see that come to fruition in the future.
Yeah, so one of the things as it relates to the Pearl, I sent an update to the board, and we have additional information coming, but I'll just briefly say that in the information that you saw, one of the parts of that deal, one of the components of that deal was 14 acres on North Tryon. That land has been deed restricted for affordable housing purposes. They have not gotten to the phase of building affordable housing because they have to have a developer, but that's number one. Number two, there's also a commitment, I believe it's 5%. You can fact check me on that, but it's 5%, and then we do have additional information coming for all of their commitments.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Thank you. So I want to say, Mark, I so appreciate this, priority. We came in together in 2018, along with Commissioner Powell, and brought this as, the fresh four or affordable housing
because of the upstream, nature of all of the services that the county brings to the community, like you spelled out. Without housing, there's so much you don't have, and how it affects the whole person. And so I wanted to just voice my support for approaching this and continuing to approach it in a balanced way. Because as we know, as you said, and as others have pointed out, this really is a national crisis, and we can't fix it alone. And so I think that, for when you talk about the prevention aspect, the upstream aspect, and I just want to be on record for saying I recognize that as a reality, and I think it's real, it's important, and as long as we're trying to take a balanced approach, I support that, and I just want you to hear me say that I agree with you that it is extremely important, and also it is a huge problem that we can't fix alone.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Let me just say, I think that was Commissioner Meyer's clock that I forgot to restart, so you can have another 2 minutes if you need it.
That's all right. I just really wanted to not let it go past
without showing my support.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciate that.
All right. So, as I said, Mr. Chairman, you've set the bar very, very high, and I want to thank you for your presentation. I want to quote you when you said, "What does it cost us when people are unhoused? What does it
what is the human toll? What is the financial cost? And to think about this from the standpoint of people who are housing insecure and people who are presently unsheltered. We have to address both the populations. And, you know, I believe that it's really important that we think about our public spaces and continue to do everything we can to make sure that we don't have people who have no option but to sleep on our streets. That is a moral failing. And, you know, I've asked the manager, and I appreciate his ability to ask staff to help us look at other cities who are farther down this road than we are and who have not addressed their problem constructively, to learn from their mistakes, because they may have had good ideas and good intentions to the Rebecca's initial, where she started us off with. Good intentions and good motives are where we start, but we have to actually have good outcomes with results. And I want to be sure that I understand what are the best practices, which certainly Housing First is a key pillar of, but so that we have a commitment and an understanding for all the tools in the toolbox that we need to bring forward so that we do right by this community on this incredibly important issue. Again, as has been said by the chairman and others, it's either the number one or the number two priority when you ask most people, that and education. So that's my 2 cents. And you may have some closing comments. Thank you.
I do.
There was one thing on the policy prescriptions that I also failed to put here, and I apologize for that. But Mr. Manager, I'd like you to document, the team to document this. We currently also partner and provide a level of rent subsidy through some of our partnerships. Is that right, Ms. Hart? Yes. Yeah. And so the rent subsidy, to me, is another important policy prescription that I advocate for, that should have been a part of this list. So I wanted to put that there. And then also I wanted to ask, Mr. Manager, are there any clarifying questions or thoughts from staff that I need to address?
Well, I have a couple of comments. Number one, thank you for your presentation. It is well done. I concur that you have set the bar extremely high. I also agree with you and the board that the county has a role as it relates to housing in this community, hence why I created our new housing department as well. In addition to that, as you referenced, the new position that I created, this assistant county manager position that with a focus on upper mobility to include economic development and workforce development. It is my hope to create an ecosystem for those individuals, those families that we're supporting on the housing side, that we can also support them as it relates to training and certifications to keep them moving along the continuum as well. As it relates to direction and guidance from the full board, you mentioned land banking. And it is my intent, I've already been having conversations with staff to bring forward a draft policy to the full board relative to land banking. Because as you think about how much we're investing today and how much we may continue to invest moving forward, it's really important that I have some clarity from this full board relative to land banking, not just for open space, not just for affordable housing, but just in general as we invest in land banking. It's been said over and over again, they're not making new land. So it's very important that we bank what we can. And in doing so, I need clarity on that. And then also you have touched bases on surplus land, well, with primarily CMS. And I just want this board to be aware in my recent conversations with the superintendent as well as the city manager, we collectively have agreed to compile a master list of all the land that we have available and to have discussions about our various needs to see if there's some level of a land swap or something that we can do to assist each other in addressing some of the concerns that we have, i.e. affordable housing. So I'm looking forward to having more dialogue about that, but those conversations are underway. that I think will address some of these things that you pointed out. But again, I don't want to lose sight relative to specific direction that I need as we go into January, and that is specific to a land banking policy.
We're a little bit behind on schedule. Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. We're a little bit behind on schedule.
Okay.
So if you have nothing further.
Can I make
Yes,
one
sir.
final comment, Madam Vice Chair? So, one, I just want to thank everybody for their feedback, their comments, and their thoughtfulness. Just two things I want to leave you with. I am not advocating at all to take away from any of the other needs or priorities of this community. That's not it, and I don't want that to be the takeaway. I believe that it's a both-and situation. I believe that we're in a time and a space where we have to do it. And so we have to find ways to make it a both-and. This in addition to our other responsibilities. And when you look at the policy prescriptions, I will leave you with this, is that all of this may not be able to be done today. These are things for us to think about. We would have to prioritize, understand what would give us the biggest bang for the buck, but also future boards could enact one, two, any of these elements as we move forward and as the community changes. So we may do one thing, two things, but maybe not all of them today. So I wanted to be clear on that, and I thank you everyone for your attention and time during this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up will be Vice Chair Altman.
Thank you. And I just want to tell everybody, I'll go fast and get us back on. Well, I think I can recoup some time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Great. Sir.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank our chairman for creating, along with our manager, the space and bandwidth to do this. It is a luxury for us as commissioners that usually think and talk in 120-second increments to try to have the opportunity to dive a little bit deeper. So I really appreciate their inspiration in allowing us to do this. And another thought I want to say, you know, we set policy, we chart a course, we begin on the implementation, and sometimes along the way we get data or input from the community which tells us we may need to reassess or pivot. And I just want you to know that my philosophy here is very open to that. We need to continue to use the hive mind and the information that we continue to get in terms of data and input to be sure at every stage we are doing the most good for the most people. Like Commissioner Leek always says, the right people at the right time. And so I just want you to know I'm here for that. And another sort of philosophical point, I was talking to Commissioner Dunlap recently because I have, I wake up every morning energized to do this work, but I also wake up every morning with the burden, not in a bad way, but in a serious way about what this means, this work. Because one thing I'm really focused on is the maps that we see no matter what the presentation is. It's always the same map. And I don't know how long I'll be on this board, and I don't know how long I'll be on this earth. But it's very important to me as a human being that loves my neighbor, that I use my time and whatever gifts and platform I've been given to actually help and make a difference for the good, for the greater good. But I'm also reminded of an ethical principle from my Jewish tradition that is from Pirkei Avot. It is not your responsibility to finish the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. And so with that spirit of trying to do the most good but not be overwhelmed by the needs, I join hands with all of you here to continue to try to move us forward in the best way possible. And I appreciate
the forbearance of my colleagues in having me talk about workforce development, because I know you've all heard it from me many a time. And so I will be brief, because I'm really excited that our county manager, with the support of this board, has made a major move in his new leadership and in this budget cycle. He has created a new assistant deputy manager position, which is a big deal. That is a cabinet level position to help us focus on the ecosystem of connecting our residents to the jobs that are in demand and to aligning this whole community to the jobs of the future. That's not all it's going to do, but that's part of what it's going to do. And it is in part because of his commitment and his actual taking action that I do have less to say today, because I trust him and the work that he and Deputy Manager Dr. Johnson will be doing to identify that person with that skill set, to assess our ecosystem, to understand where the county sits in that ecosystem, and to come forward with recommendations that will allow us to do the most good as efficiently as possible, because we do have so many demands on the limited taxpayer dollars that we have. And I also want to say that no conversation about the work we do, I think, can even be understood without always keeping in mind that we have roughly $500 million a year that we spend, that the General Assembly is actually responsible for having handled. Mecklenburg County government subsidizes over, please correct me the dollar figure. What is it exactly?
So $484 million is the amount that we identified as the county is funding because of a void of state funding to certain things.
Thank you, Adrian Cox. So that amount of money on an annual basis, we could be delivering to affordable housing. We could be delivering to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. And so I always want all of us and the community that's listening to understand what capacity we could have to make real progress if we had the full partnership that we are entitled to under state law from the people in the General Assembly. But with that being said, I want to just level set for those who have not heard me say it before, why I'm so focused on workforce development. As we know, employers lack reliable talent pipelines to meet economic goals. Americans remain disconnected in high-wage career paths, including very much so here in Mecklenburg County. The workforce system is fragmented, the workforce system lacks accountability, and AI is transforming work faster than the system can adapt. And this is not my opinion. This is from the United States Department of Labor, Commerce, and Education, but we also know that to be true locally. We all see it and feel it. And so I look forward to us addressing our workforce needs by coming up with an integrated workforce development system that maximizes efficiency, effectiveness. It provides accountability to workforce training programs, meaning we're not going to just pay for folks to train people. We are going to help support training programs that have a one-to-one correlation with connecting people to actual jobs that pay a good wage and have room for advancement, and to continue to develop alternatives to four-year college degrees. So CPCC and college and training programs, not one or the other, both and all of the above approach. This is my focus as we continue to go forward. And I want to just remind us also, we don't really have a playbook for this community. We have a shrinking population. We've heard that from our friends over at the Federal Reserve. We have an aging population who are going to need support. So we will have fewer people to meet those needs. And again, what the role of AI is going to have on all of these trends. So I look forward to us developing a playbook to orient Mecklenburg County for success in the coming decades. And lastly,
I hope and trust. And the chairman, reminded us when he started this morning that this is our opportunity to say how we want to go deeper and what we as commissioners are really looking for. So what I as a commissioner am really looking for is a true partnership with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. It's already strong with CPCC, but I want it to go deeper with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools so that we are truly supporting our school system with coordination all the way down to elementary school. Because we are going to have, I-77 South, right, wrong, or indifferent. It's going to be, I think, a $3 billion project. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of opportunity for employment and upward economic mobility, if you're ready. If the transit plan passes, that's a $25 billion project over the next 30 years. Untold amount of impact, over 1 million jobs that will come to this community. But will our children be ready? Will we have children ready that has an equity lens? The people who have less participated in our wealth can actually access the opportunities that are probably coming here, that are certainly coming here. I don't know that we're there yet. And I don't expect CMS to figure it all out. They're trying to teach children to read and do math. That's our job, to be the connective tissue between the industries, the opportunities that we know are coming, the opportunities we continue to recruit through our great economic development team, and the school system. That's our job. And so I am just so grateful to our county manager and to this whole board, which has supported workforce development as a priority. I'm so excited by Commissioner Griffin's a talk that he's going to be bringing around workforce development and the wealth of experience around the dais and in the room to help us finally and truly put this community on boosters. Because, God willing, I hope that when I close my eyes, that I truly will have made an impact for all those maps. Because, like all of you here, I have a heart of service, and in my opinion, that's really the most important thing that I need to do while I'm here. Thank you, and I welcome any feedback from.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions or comments? We're going to start with Commissioner Townsend Ingram, then we'll go to Commissioner Leak.
Thank you so much. I think everything that is going to be talked about today is part of my, oh yeah, we need that. So thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. Earlier in the week, or last week, we heard a question asked, or there was a question asked, rather, I'll say that, of what guarantees do we have that a certain organization would be able to fulfill the promises that they mentioned? And I have actually asked that of the Economic Development Board with regard to the corporations that come here. Now, I know that we are a deal and rule state, and there are some things that we just cannot do. There are things that are out of our control. But to the extent that we can, we have to be able to pivot and do things differently in this this environment that we have that is just politically charged and for so many other different reasons. Is there a way to incentivize, if we cannot require, but incentivize a percentage of jobs when we're giving away these tax breaks, incentivize those companies to hire a certain number of Mecklenburg County Mecklenburg County residents? For instance, giving them a tax break if a certain percentage, if they, even any of the priorities that we have, linking those percentages. And I know we can't require them to hire, but, there's no guarantee that all of the jobs that these big corporations are bringing will benefit the people that it's actually intended to benefit. When we say it'll bring this number of jobs, a lot of times they pipe in those people for those jobs. So what can we do? How can we do something different to incentivize these corporations?
So I will definitely defer to the county attorney on that. I certainly have pursued that question with him on numerous occasions. But one thing I will say is that in my travels across the county, when I go to neighborhood meetings, precinct meetings, and community meetings, I know, and I think it's probably a true statement, that most of the people that I encounter don't know about, for example, that in 3 years and 5 years and 7 years, there are these enormous job opportunities that are coming that they can compete for, and to think about how to get prepared and ready to do that. So I feel the capacity to deliver benefit to community is so much larger if we, the lawyer I think will tell you that we can't under the law. But if we as a county commission, and our role as a broker between our centers of learning and our private sector, more clearly deliver those opportunities and tell people, you have 3 years. This is the number of jobs. These are the skill sets. Here's where you need to show up to apply and to compete, and really help people know what those opportunities are, because they don't know.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And so that I think we can have such larger impact if we did that than trying to deal with the legal problem of requiring incentives, which, and I'll now defer to the lawyer. I just think we can have an enormous impact with the things we can control.
That was going to be my other question too. Actually, I probably should have just deferred to my first question, which was, do we have a designated person that works with the high schools of, each, to say, these are the top 3 demands of occupation, and how many students can we anticipate going into these roles? Do you tell them about them? I think that we put things in place, like I said, often, and they get broken. Systems get broken down, people leave, whatever, and then we don't fix them. We don't reevaluate them. We don't change to say, we're going to need this many trained in AI in the next 10 to 15 years or whatever.
Mr. Chair, it may be beneficial to have Roger come and share with the board and the cabinet what we're currently doing in response to the feedback from Commissioner YTI.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Roger Johnson. I am the Economic Development Director for the county. To give some context to this particular topic, I joined the county about 2 years ago, and this same question was asked as my tenure began. And as much as the case being a Dillon Rule state and in other areas that I've worked, the general case law, and I'll defer to the county attorney, says you can incentivize on investment and jobs and really not much more. However, we heard the board's desire, so 2 years ago, including Commissioner Griffin, we added aspirational goals into our contract, and you may be speaking about 2.5 later today. I don't know if you are a commissioner, but you're subject to see the language where we do exactly what Commissioner Townsend Ingram is suggesting, where we ask those particular companies, again, this is the last 2 years, this is not 15 years historical, but in the last 2 years, we've asked those companies to report on what they are and are not doing as it relates to local hiring, environmental stewardship, and other philanthropic activities. We've only got one company in 1 year to date to provide that information to you, and we've given it to Commissioner Griffin. However, there is some reasons for that, and those reasons are when a company moves in here, they don't start building right away, and they don't start asking for incentives right away. It usually takes a 3 or 4 year window for that to occur. So we won't have a better understanding about where we stand in those aspirational goals until we have a few more years under our belt. Nevertheless, we have begun tracking that information because we have heard your board, and we're working toward it in the aspirational way that we can. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We're going to go to Commissioner Leak.
Let me first say thank you for your presentation. As I sat here and listened, I was thinking about not just college training, but vocational training that we had within the confines of the school system. And politics played a role of removing them from out of the hands of the public education system to make sure that the community colleges had students coming in. So it shifted, and we have to be very careful in looking at those jobs and making sure that we don't shift them to other areas that will remove them from being able to participate in cosmetology, in bricklaying, in building, those kinds of vocational training, plumbing, that we need to bring back to the public school system where our children are. And I sat out there when these apartments were being built downtown. At 4 o'clock, I would go out there and park to see who was actually being employed. And it didn't look like me coming out of those buildings. They looked like you. And when I say that, black folk were not coming out of there being a part of the building of all those apartments right downtown in our front door. So we've got to do a better job of politically motivating us not to remove where the need is the greatest, and that's certainly in middle and high school training, to help them to make the decision what professions they will go in and to help the economic growth of our community. That's a must. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do I thank you or thank her?
You thank her.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Vice Chair, I'm sorry.
I had nothing to do with this one. That's on you, Commissioner.
All right, I want to thank.
Yes, you do. You're very supportive.
I want to thank both of you. Just a couple of comments, and this goes to the lawyer and the manager. I was surprised that the board did not get or receive the completed or consummated contracts from the business incentive programs. And so when I asked Dr. Johnson or Dina Diorio to send me some copies, they in fact sent me some old copies. And I was astounded to learn that out of the 10 that was sent to me, only 2 had agreed to even attempt to work with workforce development. One was EY, and the other one was Allstate. Allstate didn't show up, I think, but EY did. There was a paragraph in Corning Optical's contract clause that basically gave them an option. You'd get a 25% increase bonus or whatever it was if you'd work with workforce development or the county's HR. It was a yes or no box, and they said no. So this is not a mandate requirement to get an incentive. This is just an offer to plus up the incentive, and I think that ought to, through negotiation with the city and the state, depending upon who the partners are, that clause ought to go back into the contract to give corporations an option. They can check the box yes or no. That's one a policy piece. The second one is, and talking with Roger and the ED department, what I've learned is, finance, technology, business management, advanced manufacturing, health sciences. Those are the 5 areas that we've recruited for the last decade or so. Is that correct? He's saying yes. We ought to be able to fix a broken workforce development ecosystem to focus on training in those specific areas if those are the general thing. That's not the unique total, but we ought to be able to focus, I think, Madam Vice Chair, in the areas that we've been recruiting in for the last decade. So I think there's some fundamental policy things we can do in addition to the frontline stuff in terms of getting students ready for those type jobs. But I would hope that the board could start receiving the finished contracts from all of these business. They don't have to read them, but for those of us that do want to read them, it would be nice just to share those with the board. And final, the ecosystem, workforce development ecosystem, and I've talked to everybody, is broken. And just like housing, I'm not sure what the county can do in terms of mandated and non-mandated, but perhaps we might be able to be an impetus or a catalyst to get the ecosystem back together so that we can provide more support for local residents to get some of these jobs that are coming into the community. And I'll stop at that point, but Chair said in housing, I think you used leading on opportunity. They spoke specifically about preparation for college and career in 2013. This is 12 years later, and we don't have that ecosystem. So I think, government can only do but so much, but we ought to find a way to partner with the private sector a little bit better than where we are at this point. And I think we can, under your leadership, and as I understand it, your plans to have some personnel focus on it. Thank you, both Vice Chair and Chair.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, and I know what a champion you are specifically for this, Commissioner Griffin. A couple thoughts. A lot of our priorities are very expensive. They have big dollar tags. I think workforce development potentially has a lot smaller. I'm looking for us to not, be CPCC. I don't need us to reproduce what Charlotte Works is doing. I'm looking for us to provide leadership, because I am not satisfied that the vision is connected and that we have someone in Mecklenburg County that has really identified with our lens where the gaps are. And so I want us to be the connective tissue and have the vision and the leadership. And also, you were talking about some of those trades, Commissioner Griffin, and I agree with you. I'm also interested in the new person we hire with the subject matter expertise to look at so-called mission-critical trades for the new, for our future. These are, it's a term of art in the industry, which they are trades which would prevent us from collapsing as a society if we sustained an attack, or we couldn't access our partners outside our borders who we rely upon for microchips or what have you. So for us to, Mecklenburg County doesn't have to wait for the federal government or the state government to be wise. We can be wise ahead of them. And we can understand what are the mission critical trades that we need to support life and functionality, and be sure that we are organically growing those here. So that's just another thought. I'm not saying that's what we need to do, but that's just another piece of it that I look forward to our subject matter expert researching.
So, Commissioner Altman, I want to say thank you for sharing your thoughts on this presentation. A couple of things. You started with the maps. And so any area that we look at, we're always looking at these maps that show, obviously, the disparities as it relates to the crescent. And whether we're talking about affordable housing or workforce, that certainly applies. And I think it gives us, the maps actually, no pun intended, give us a roadmap, Mr. Manager, on what the focus of the county should and could be. And where I would think in all of our passion areas, we can't be all things to all people, but we can tip the scales where there is inequity. And we're seeing these disproportionate outcomes related to the maps that you suggested. I support this priority 1,000%. I'm a product. I sit here today because of a workforce development program that my mother when I was almost a baby, but certainly it certainly changed our quality of life, because where we lived at that time, you would see that map would have certainly covered where we were, and where we were able to get to was a different part of that map. So that is one of the reasons why I support it 1,000%. And I would like to see us use every tool in our tool belt to be able to do some of the things that's been said. Commissioner Townsend Ingram, I agree with you 1,000% on how we can get our private sector employers that do receive incentives to connect up in a deeper way. I would agree with that. So with that being said, thank you for the presentation.
Mr. Chair, can I make a brief comment?
Yes.
Well, number one, thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for your presentation. I appreciate and respect your passion for this subject matter. I think we're batting 2 for 2 today regarding the presentations. Well done. One of the things I want to make sure that the board has an awareness as we talk about the county's strategy, and we bring that forward to you all, that an element of that strategy will focus on the shrinking middle.
Yes.
And that's really important to me because
Yes.
I was in Boston last month, attended a trip with the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, and we received a presentation on this very topic. And one of the things that the expert presented was that as it relates to return on investment, that the higher yield tends to be when you're focusing on that shrinking middle. Because, you know, that group of the population find themselves maybe a paycheck away from a car repair or something else and needing some level of financial assistance. So as we think about our strategy and what that looks like here in Mecklenburg County, I can assure you that an element of that will be focused on that missing middle, that shrinking middle as well, for the reasons that I described. We're certainly going to continue to serve the other families. But in terms of you just thinking about it from a cost perspective and that yield on return and trying to move the dial relative to upper mobility, it's really important that it's inclusive of a strategy that looks at the shrinking middle as well. Regarding an update on the position, I am eager to fill it as well. Although the position remains open, screening has started, and there's no shortage of interest both locally and nationally. And if things continue on track the way they are, it is my hope, with respect to the holidays coming up, that by the end of the calendar year or early part of the new year, that we will have that new talent on board. I'll continue to keep you abreast of that.
I just want to say I really appreciate both aspects of your comments greatly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And right now we'll transition to Michael Griswold.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
So I'm here today to talk about an update and give the board an update on our performance management framework. We'll primarily talk about the corporate, the county's framework, but we'll mention the community work that we're doing a bit towards the end. So we'll jump in. So, you know, I've talked to the board, and I'm sure you all have heard from Strategy and Innovation in the past about our commitment to performance management, and specifically the Managing for Results framework. I'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward in this deck. But as part of the manager's recommitment to strategy and performance, we also wanted to do a little bit of a visual refresh. So we'll start today with something a little fun. And so as you can see on the left here, this was the Managing for Results logo and branding from the first time that we did the balanced scorecard here in Mecklenburg County, so around 2002 or so. Looks very much, a product of its time, we'll say. So one of the things that we wanted to do, again, as we recommit, is to update the branding so that we can modernize our approach and modernize kind of the look and feel. So this 2025 branding here, Managing for Results, evaluating today, strengthening tomorrow, I think reflects our commitment to the performance work, measuring what matters, bringing forward to you outcomes, and aligning the strategy for the county with the board's priorities and the outcomes that you are seeking. So just wanted to share that before we kind of dove into the meat of what we're going to talk about today. So, you know, as I've given this presentation or a version of it to various different audiences, I always start with a little bit of story time. So we'll start with why. And I'll share an anecdote with you from back in the 60s or so. So as the story goes, President Kennedy was walking through the halls of NASA, came across a member of the custodial staff, and struck up a conversation with this individual. Was talking to the man about, you know, what is it that you do? What is your role here at NASA? And the gentleman's response to the president was, my role is to help put a man on the moon. And so that, we could talk about whether or not that actually happened, but I think it is an illustrative example of, you know, what we want to do in terms of alignment here with the county. And really it's about making strategy everyone's job. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone will do strategy the way that I do it or that my shop does it in strategy and innovation. But what it does mean is that everybody should know how they connect to that mission. Everybody should know what we're trying to accomplish and how they can contribute to that. And so just in case you're more of a visual learner like I am, here's another way to say that. So, you know, we often talk about why we exist, what we're doing here at the county, and everybody can sometimes have a slightly different understanding of that. And so when not everybody is aligned, if everybody has a little bit of a different understanding of what their role is, you can end up with an organization that looks like this, right? So everybody's well-meaning, everybody thinks that they're kind of rowing in the same direction, but in reality, you've got people kind of going off in multiple directions. But what we really want is to have an organization where we are aligned, everybody is clear about what they do, how their role contributes to the overall mission and vision of the organization. And we think that the Managing for Results framework and the balanced scorecard that we are recommitting to will help us get to this, this future state. So, starting with the alignment to county mission and vision, the chair has started all of our board meetings recently with a nod to the county's organizational mission vision and the board's community vision. And I wanted to highlight those here as well and, commit to you and share with you all that our hope for the balanced scorecard is that we will translate these aspirational statements to measurable objectives that we can then report out to you all as we move forward. So I don't want to assume that everybody knows what the balanced scorecard is. So I'll start here very briefly. And it is a management system that helps us connect that strategy to action, like I was just mentioning. And so, it focuses on internal perspectives, external outcomes, and really leans into the continuous improvement cycle, which we'll talk a little bit later on about as that relates to the Managing for Results framework. But really, it blends both the operational and strategic views of the organization. And so on the right side of the screen here is a high-level kind of diagram of how this works. So these, in the lighter blue, so the customer stakeholders, internal processes, org effectiveness, and financial stewardship, those are what we would call the perspectives of the balanced scorecard. So that helps us to keep in mind the various levels and, different aspects of the organization. And really, mission feeds into that, but it is the interrelationship between those four perspectives that becomes the organization's strategy. And so as we go through this deck, we'll talk more about that, but just wanted to give you that little insight into the scorecard and speak specifically about how it blends that operational and strategic views. And we'll talk a little bit more about that here, because this is, I think, a different approach to how we've done strategic planning over the last decade or so. So these are the elements of the balanced scorecard. So, and we'll talk about each of these as we go through this, but at the top level are the objectives. That helps us understand the why we exist, what are we trying to accomplish, right? Tied to each of those objectives is a measure of success or multiple measures of success, right? So if we understand what we're doing, what we're trying to accomplish, then the next logical part of that conversation is how will we know that we've achieved that? How will we know that we're successful? And so we will tie those SMART goals or those measures or those desired results to each of the objectives that we define as part of the scorecard. And then from there, if we understand that there is an objective and there is a target for that measure of success and we are not meeting that, or we think that we can push that higher, that is where the strategic initiatives come in. So that is the how we plan to accomplish our goals. What do we need to do, either initiative or project-wise, to help accomplish and achieve those desired results? And on the right-hand side here, you can see that as we go from objective to SMART goal to strategic initiatives, we are going more from the operational level of the organization down to the strategic, so that we can better understand how we're going to accomplish what we are trying to achieve. So we've gotten a lot of questions recently about why are we readopting the scorecard? And so my hope is that this slide will help make that a little clearer for you. But starting with our previous approach, we had fragmented efforts, right? So the strategic plans were, a little bit of silos. They were less connected, I'll say, to the overall priorities of the organization. So a lot of the guidance from my shop in the past has been, focus on the big rocks, those, handful of large ticket strategic items, which if you focus there entirely, then the operational day-to-day things of the county can kind of get pushed off to the side, right? So Historically, we've been focusing on maybe the 5 or 10% of things that are more strategic, and the 90-95% of the operational day-to-day things we're kind of off to the side. That can also result in some scope creep, again, so moving from the core operations to those new initiatives, which can have an impact, in some cases a dramatic impact on org capacity. Again, those weak linkages, so the strategy, budget, and performance cycles were not always as linked or aligned as they could or should be, which then resulted in our limited ability to tell you all and the public stories or help convey those outcomes with data. So this, moving forward with the balanced scorecard approach, we do hope that we're going to solve for all of those issues, right? So we'll have that unified framework to connect the core functions of every department to the strategic vision of the county, of the manager, and certainly of the board's priorities as well. We'll have a more simplified and more focused approach, right? So, focusing on, not necessarily measuring everything under the sun, but again, as it says here, move from volume to value so that we can shift the organization from maybe a performance measurement space to a performance management space so that we are measuring those outcomes that we collectively view as important. That will get us that stronger alignment with strategy, performance, and budget, and then helps to build that culture of learning, collaboration, and continuous improvement that we certainly want here at the county. So I mentioned these 4 perspectives a little bit earlier, but I want to give you a little bit more detail about what they are. And they are in a very intentional order. So we're going to start at the bottom here with organizational effectiveness. And that really is about the talent, the culture, infrastructure, and technology that we need as an organization to be able to achieve those outcomes that we want, not only internally, but for the community as well. So this is truly the foundation of the organization. From there, once we have that foundation in place, then we can ask ourselves, do we need to adjust or improve any internal processes so that we can work at the highest level possible, being as effective and as efficient as we can be? From there, we're able to move into a financial stewardship space so that we can make sure that we're maximizing the value for our residents. So we've certainly heard a lot of conversation this morning about needing to maximize the value of the taxes that we levy. Would agree with that. So the financial stewardship aspect or perspective of the scorecard is specifically about that. And then finally, those bottom 3, I would call those our internal perspectives. And if we are working all of those to our maximal capacity, that would position us to be able to meet those customer and stakeholder outcomes that we define as part of the scorecard and in conversations with the community. So the perspectives are one aspect of the scorecard. The other aspect are the focus areas. And as I and my team were going through trying to figure out what we wanted to propose or recommend for these focus areas, we took a cue from the board and aligning it back to the board's community vision. So as you'll recall, the board's community vision is that the county will be a community of pride and choice for people to live, learn, work, and recreate. So we started there. That seemed like a great place to start. So we asked ourselves, for each of these aspects of your community vision, what are a couple words or a couple topics that would exemplify that for us? And so we broke those down, and so live has kind of 2 aspects to it. But for me and my team, and certainly for those that we've talked to about the scorecard, if the county is going to be a place that we want to live, it's important that we be healthy and safe, right? Certainly with learn, that has a nice alignment with education, work, with jobs, and then recreate is broader than just Parks and Rec, but there are aspects of the environment, making sure that we are conserving that environment, but then also there are various recreation opportunities that we could align there. So again, continuing to develop that, health becomes healthy and thriving community. And this kind of blue row here, these are the actual focus areas that we've identified and defined as part of our proposed scorecard. Safety becomes safe and prepared community, education, learning, and educational opportunities, jobs and economic opportunities, and then environment, culture, and recreation. So recognizing that there are important cultural resources that we have here in the county that we wanted to call out specifically as part of that recreate aspect of your vision. And then from there, we kind of defined what each of these means, because our next step was to start aligning the work that the county does to this scorecard. So I won't read through these in detail for you, but just as an example for healthy and thriving community, we want to be healthy, safe, and have affordable living conditions for everyone in Mecklenburg County. And we thought that this is really a true encapsulation of that healthy and thriving community that we are trying to develop. And you can see the other examples here as well. So with that said, before I actually pull up the draft scorecard and get your feedback, wanted to level set for today, right? So we're going to talk through the strategic objectives that are aligned to this draft scorecard. And I'm specifically interested in getting feedback from you all about what we have included, what may be missing, and what may need revision. So after we go through that, we'll also give an example of kind of how the scorecard works. But out of scope for today is a full in-depth review of each of these objectives, any measures of success or initiatives that may align to those. That is work that we will do following today, and we plan to bring that back in January or shortly after your budget retreat in January. So this is just our next step to kind of gut check our draft scorecard with you all and collect any feedback that you may have. So with that said, just want to orient you to this slide really quickly. So on the left there, you've got the 4 perspectives that I mentioned earlier. And then along the top are the focus areas that we discussed previously. And so I mentioned earlier that the 3 perspectives that are more internal, those help build the foundation for achieving those outcomes. And collectively, if you think about those perspectives, you can see here that our goal would be to drive that internal service excellence through people, process, and stewardship. And collectively, that would position the organization to achieve the outcomes that we'd have in that top aspect of the scorecard. And the goal of the community-facing objectives would be to improve that overall quality of life for Mecklenburg residents. Also, 2 additional things. So the objectives that we'll talk about here, some will have an asterisk, and those are the ones where we have proposed to align your board priorities. Some will have kind of gold dotted lines around them, and those are the ones that we expect will need some level of external partnership or collaboration. I'll also say that only some of the objectives that are going to be in the community space, at least in this draft, have that gold outline. But as we continue to develop them, would certainly expect that most, if not all, of the community-facing ones would end up with some sort of external collaboration required. So with that said, we'll just jump on in here. So again, starting at the organizational effectiveness level, so we've got 4 proposed objectives here. And these really are, like I mentioned before, about building that internal infrastructure, the people, the technology to position the organization. So having that dynamic workforce that reflects our community and fosters belonging, that would certainly be a lot of the work that our Office of Equity and Inclusion is working on, and certainly the board's priority around reducing racial disparities would play a big part there. Improving that technology and utilization capacity, so making sure that we as an organization are leveraging technology to the fullest extent to be able to accomplish these goals. Work related to that would certainly align to that objective. Strengthening the accounting culture and investing in that county workforce. This explicitly aligns to the manager's organizational reset, making sure that we are building that county culture and being a place where individuals want to work and that we have that strong foundation. So, the culture initiatives, but then also things like retention or vacancy rate or turnover, knowledge, skills, and abilities of county employees, to all the things that might help us understand whether our employees are positioned to perform at a high level and to help us to achieve some of our overriding outcomes there. And then finally, in the organizational effectiveness space, enhancing the data that is available for decision making. So certainly there would be an IT component there, but I think that there is a lot of work that all departments can do in this space, not only making data available for you all, for the executive team, but also for those in the department so that we can work to achieve those kind of data-informed outcomes and objectives that we define for the organization. Certainly the performance work that my shop does, the kind of alignment between budget and performance and strategy that happens between my shop and OMB would be aligned here as well. And so collectively with all of these objectives, we think that that would form the foundation for us as an organization so that we could go to our internal processes and start asking ourselves, is there anything that we can do differently or better or more efficiently and effectively? So strengthening those partnerships and community collaboration, we've talked a lot about that here already today. I certainly expect that we'll talk more about that here over the next 2 days. But that is, I think, an important part that will directly contribute to the dotted line items that we'll talk a little bit more about in a bit. We also want to make sure that we're promoting that high-performing government through efficiency, accountability, and transparency. So are there things that we can do better, differently, or just reconsider how we've done things so that we can have a greater impact on the community and internally? Then we've got increasing that community awareness and engagement, again, that proactive communication and outreach, so making sure that residents of the community understand who we are, what we do, what our programs are, and what programs they may be able to interface with, I think would certainly be important there. And then a nod to risk and policy compliance. So we have an internal Enterprise Risk Management Committee. We often talk about risk at the department level, risk at the enterprise level, and certainly recognize that for us to achieve the outcomes that we want to achieve for the community, we need to keep an eye on risk and risk mitigation. So after that, moving into the financial stewardship space. So obviously, we want to make sure that as stewards of taxpayer funds, that we are using those responsibly, transparently, and sustainably, again, to maximize that value for residents. And in line with a lot of the conversation that we had this morning, making sure that we maintain that affordable and competitive tax rate. So all of these things, I often refer to this as things kind of below that line. Those are the internal items that will help us drive that internal service excellence and position us to achieve the outcomes that are more community facing. So in the healthy and thriving community, improving access to care, that's certainly a board priority with your health equity and wellness. Making sure that residents have access to safe and affordable housing, very much in line with the chair's presentation this morning. Reducing hunger and improving nutrition across our community. And then increasing the stability for individuals and families. And this increased stability for individuals and families, that is also where we would propose to align the services for seniors. That is, again, another of your board priorities, as well as other things like, youth and family services, services for adults, other health and human services work. So collectively, we would expect that once we get through the process of defining the outcomes and the measures of success for each of these items under healthy and thriving community, that those would be the things that we could lean into to achieve those outcomes for the community. Moving over to learning and educational opportunities. So we've talked a lot about K-readiness over the last handful of years. So improving K-readiness for MEC pre-K students, which again certainly would be in alignment to the board's education priority. Promoting that literacy and digital access. So that's partnerships with not only county programs and partners externally, but the library, the school system, and other partners and community leaders who can help us to promote that literacy and digital access. And then finally here, supporting student success through partnerships with local public schools and higher education. Again, leaning into the education aspect, this would be the partnerships and work that we can do with CMS, with CPCC, and others. Collectively, those would help us to make sure that we are leaning into the education priority from the board. Moving into jobs and economic opportunities. So this first one, promote economic mobility by connecting residents to jobs, training, and career growth. Again, this is the board's workforce development priority. We've heard about that this morning, and we've got another presentation coming up as part of this retreat. But this would be where we would propose to align the county's workforce development initiatives. So that would be certainly internal things, CPCC as well, Charlotte Works, all of that collectively so that we can have a shared vision and direction for workforce development for the community. And then making Mecklenburg County a premier place to start, grow, and sustain a business. Again, leaning into the board's economic development priority with this one. And then finally, reducing financial barriers by connecting families to economic support services. That would be things like child support service over in our Department of Community Resources, economic services divisions, so things like SNAP or Medicaid services that would help them economically. Moving into environment, culture, and recreation. So this first one, leaning into the board's environmental stewardship priority, enhancing that stewardship through conservation, monitoring, and sustainable practices. Next, we have expanding access to parks, open space, and recreation. So this is where our proposed scorecard aligns the land acquisition, the park facility enhancements or improvements that we've talked about with the board. And certainly those first two under environment, I think there's strong alignment with our environmental leadership action plan as well. And then finally, leaning into that culture aspect of the balanced scorecard, or in this respect, the focus area. So protecting and promoting the historic arts and cultural resources within Mecklenburg County, recognizing that there's more than just environment, there's more than just parks. There are important cultural, resources within the community. So the board certainly heard about Excelsior at a recent board meeting, things like that to identify and lean into preserving some of that history, the arts, and the various cultural resources that we have. And then finally, this is the second aspect of the LIVE alignment to your community vision that I spoke about earlier, but being a safe and prepared community, right? So supporting those policies and practices that enhance public safety and reduce recidivism. Certainly that would be a lot of the work that we do in our Criminal Justice Services Department, the work and partnerships that we have with our Sheriff's Department and the local justice system would certainly align there. Ensuring that the safety of buildings and public infrastructure, there's a lot of code enforcement work that we do, a lot of work that we do on, things like sidewalks or streetlights as part of our community development block grants. That's where we would propose to align that sort of work that the county does and should continue to do. Then provide programs that protect residents and promote recovery, resilience, and safety. So this is where we would propose to align some of the work that we do over in community support services with our veteran support, with our domestic violence support for the community, and then substance use and abuse work that we do in the community as well. So again, leaning into that safety aspect of some of the work that we do in health and human services. And then finally, promoting a timely and reliable emergency response and forensic investigation. So we've talked a lot about MEDIC in the past. This is where we would propose to partner with MEDIC to report out some outcomes there, as well as the work that we do policing in unincorporated areas, volunteer fire departments, as well as within criminal justice services, we have a forensic investigations unit that helps us with some of those investigations on the court side. So this is our proposal in terms of a placemat that outlines all the things that the county does and should do. And in terms of how you can read it, if you read this from the bottom up, it will tell you why we are doing some of these things, right? So why are we trying to strengthen county culture and invest in the county workforce? So that we build that foundation to work on those internal processes, so that we continue to build that foundation to be good financial stewards of the taxpayer funds. And we do all of those things so that we can work to improve and deliver the outcomes that we've heard from our community that they need. Conversely, if you read it down, it'll tell you how we're going to do some of those things. So how are we going to deliver the healthy and thriving community? Well, we need to build that foundation internally and within the organization to be able to deliver those results. And critically, this not only works in 2D on this page, but some of the work that we'll be doing later this year is building similar scorecards with departments. And that reading up for why, down for how, will also work in 3D as you read up from why does Department A do this. It's so that it'll support the aligned outcome here on this enterprise scorecard. Or if you read down, how are we going to accomplish some of these things on the enterprise scorecard? It's through the work that will happen within departments. That will continue to be refined as we move forward, and we'll bring that forward to you all at a future date. So I mentioned that the scorecard is really a placemat of the work that we do. And as I was going through each of them, I gave you all a little bit of a preview of the types of things that we might align to those. So I'll kind of skip through these in a little bit quicker detail, but this is just another example of continuing to drill down from the overall objective to the type of work and programs that could be aligned to those. And where appropriate, if there is a board priority alignment, we've indicated that for you. This is just another example of those strategic objective alignments, again, for a more internal I guess, perspective or focus areas, so this with the organizational effectiveness. And then you can also drill down the next layer. So you recall that I mentioned that we will identify measures of success for each of these program alignments, and that's what this slide does. So I will say this is a fictitious, made-up example, but it is an illustrative example of kind of how this work will happen. So scorecard alignment would be internal process. In this particular example, there's no board alignment, but if we were trying to promote that high-performing government, what could we do? So in this instance, we're looking at a potential call center that may exist. And so the goal here would be to achieve a 90% or greater customer satisfaction with that call center by FY 2028. So leaning into the SMART goals that we've talked about here with the board. So again, the target in this example would be that 90%. We will provide you all with recent results. In this fictitious example, those are just kind of blank. But then, recall that I mentioned that going from the objective to the aligned measure of success, that will tell you whether we are moving in the right direction. But if we're not, then we have to identify strategic initiatives to try to move that needle in the right direction. So here are some examples of some strategic initiatives that could be relevant in this example if we were not meeting our 90% goal, right? So perhaps there is some training that's needed for call center staff to increase that first call resolution rate, so to prevent people from having to call back multiple times. That could certainly lean in and improve the overall customer satisfaction. Conversely, there could be, a driver of poor satisfaction might be that calls keep getting dropped. So maybe there are technology investments that you could make to drive that customer satisfaction. But at a high level, it's about identifying what we're trying to achieve, understanding current performance and how that relates to our goal, and then identifying projects or initiatives that we can work on that are related in some way to try to drive that performance moving forward. So again, giving you all another example, just in case you're more visual like I am. So every day, we're trying to achieve these things, and these are the same perspectives that we've talked about previously. So as an example, and this is a real example from our Louisa 26 through 28 strategic plan that we had worked on before we started moving to the balanced scorecard, but they noticed that there was an increase in flooding in recent years, and they needed to figure out a way to address that. And so you recall that I mentioned as part of this model, once you identify that you are not meeting goal, then you have to identify some initiatives that could help to move that needle in the right direction. So in this example, they identified that we could try to reduce the flood risk by 193,000 points over 15 years as part of the ELAP. So recognizing that a lot of this work takes time, it's going to take investment and consistent work, but if we start mitigating flood risk, then we can drive down that flooding that we might, or that increased flooding that we have seen. And then from there, it's really about circling back to the outcome that you were trying to achieve. So you noticed that you weren't achieving it, you identified an initiative or multiple initiatives that you think can help move that needle, but that's not enough. You have to know whether or not it actually did move the needle, because there could certainly be a number of things that we could do that may have theoretical or logical connections to this work, but just because you work to reduce that flood risk doesn't necessarily mean that flood will be reduced. So it's important to lean into that continuous improvement cycle to know what you're trying to achieve, whether the data says that you're moving in that direction or not, and if you're not, how can we revisit that? So that, in essence, is the Managing for Results framework. Managing for Results is this cycle over off to the side. So define those goals and objectives, plan your activity or your resource allocation, monitor the progress and performance, evaluate the results, which is critically important. I'll talk more about that in a bit. And then figure out how you're going to learn from that and adapt, and then you start the cycle over. So adding in or leaning more into this Managing for Results framework, in addition to the balanced scorecard, gives us the two pieces that we need. So the balanced scorecard helps to define that strategic direction. Managing for Results is the management system for how we will implement and drive those results. Again, Managing for Results connects strategy to action. It aligns the budget and strategy, again, leans into that continuous improvement. So it's not about collecting data, it's about using the data, which I talk a lot about this with staff and with departments, about moving from a performance measurement perspective where we're collecting 1,700 measures across the enterprise, and that takes up quite a bit of our time, so we don't necessarily have capacity to use the data, right? So streamlining, moving from volume to value, measuring what matters so that we can move forward and use that to drive outcomes for the community. And then doing all that will help strengthen transparency and public trust. So I talked about the Managing for Results framework, and if we were starting from zero, that would be a big lift to implement that, to institutionalize something like that within an organization of our size. The good news, though, is that we already do this, right? So this was something that was stood up as part of the Balanced Scorecard 1.0, if you will, back when Dr. Johnson was in my role in strategy and performance. Dr. Johnson stood up the Managing for Results framework and the Balanced Scorecard 1.0, and this is our current performance cycle. So we start with strategy. What are we trying to do? Again, begin with the end in mind. We partner with budget to have that resource allocation. My team works with departments to understand performance. Are we meeting our goal? And then I mentioned this evaluation piece earlier. So it's not just enough to know whether we are or are not meeting goal. We need to know why or why not. Because understanding the why or why not, that will help you understand what appropriate strategies may be required to kind of course correct or move your performance in the direction that you want to go. And then once we have that evaluation, once we know what did or did not work, we can then have the strategy conversation about what we need to do to address that, to continue to move the needle, and then we just start our cycle over again. So in terms of next steps, and this is, I think, my last slide or one more, we've shared the draft scorecard with you all, certainly interested in your feedback on structure and content. We'll then pretty much immediately start working to incorporate feedback that you all have, building out those goals and the strategic initiatives for each objective. I'm going to talk about on the next slide the quality of life collaborative convening that we're going to be doing. It's a community meeting that we will hold at the end of November. And there certainly could be community input and feedback that could be relevant for the scorecard. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And then again, our goal, as I mentioned previously, is to finalize all of this to bring it back to you all, if not at your January retreat, shortly thereafter. And then once approved, we will then, that's where kind of the rubber meets the road, right, of building out the focus area collaboration teams. These are the kind of the teams that will be in charge of measuring and reporting out results, helping us to manage each of the focus areas. Historically, and we certainly expect to do this again, they were chaired by a member of the executive team and staffed by somebody from my team, and certainly made up by or comprised of the directors and subject matter experts that would be relevant to the work happening under each focus area. We would work to update any reporting processes for the executive team and the board, and then we get into the work that I mentioned earlier about working with departments to develop those department-level scorecards. And then we have an upcoming conversation with our Human Resources Department to work to make sure that everybody's work plan is aligned in some way, shape, or form to the final scorecard. So that gets back to what I started off our conversation today about, which is making sure that the organization is aligned. Everybody knows how they contribute to the overall direction of the organization, which is how we kind of get everybody rowing in that same direction. So last thing that I'll share today, I mentioned the quality of life collaborative. The manager mentioned this previously in some community meetings that he's been hosting and convening. So we are going to bring together public, private, nonprofit, and community leaders on November 20 and 21. This is a 2-day retreat. I'm leading this along with Rebecca Herbert, who was here earlier, so she'll help us facilitate this. And our goal is to position Charlotte-Mecklenburg as that premier place to live and to strengthen that cross-sector collaboration and collective impact. So breaking down those silos, recognizing that a lot of the problems and issues that we see as a community are not things that the county can unilaterally address, just in the same way that they're not things that the city or CMS or any of our partners in the community can unilaterally address. But to move the needle on some of these larger community issues will take collaboration and intentional collaboration for how to collectively move that work forward. So more to come here, but this is something that we're very excited about that will be happening here over the next few weeks. So with that said, happy to take any questions that you all may have.
All right, thank you, Michael, for that. Can you go to the slide where it was in the beginning where
Wrong way.
It was
the specific feedback that you wanted, the questions that you wanted the board to address. With that being said, let me see from colleagues who has questions or feedback. I'll start with Commissioner Powell.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Thank you for your very thorough presentation. This reminds me, well, first, I have so much input that we need to have a meeting because you can't have healthy and thriving community without environmental stewardship. So there's a lot of overlap. And so what it reminds me of is in 2010, how Livable Mech was born. So it was born out of a concern for the rapid growth and environmental impact. And that's how it was born. And then it became so big because of all the community input. And so there's so much overlap in here that I feel like we need to have a meeting with Livable Mech and with environmental stewardship to make sure that it's woven in the way it needs to be woven in. And I'm really glad you gave an example from Louisa, because a lot of times when we're in these very formal meetings, we only get information that's filtered. And that was a big worry for a long time about how are we going to prevent these floods with all of the rapid growth and the increased impervious. And so it's a real life worry that sometimes doesn't come to this level, that should come to this level. So I love this work. It's very detailed. And I think if we started out right with input from my perspective, from Livable Mech and from environmental stewardship, it'll be stronger.
No, I would agree with that. And so
that next step, I mentioned that once we receive this feedback, we'll start working with departments to build out, departments and functions, to build out this work. So your recommendation of partnering with Livable Mech, environmental stewardship and the like is perfectly in line with our next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of points real quickly. Suzette came around one day asking me what particular area I was excited about, whether it was housing, or education, et cetera. And I kept saying, well, I'm really concerned about how the work is done. And she said, do you remember that, Suzette? This sort of brings an opportunity for us to put our arms around not only the outcomes, but how the work is done as it relates to the resources, because we have to respond to the manager's budget request. And certainly, we have to give them the resources if we expect certain outcomes. And this management approach called a balanced scorecard is something that we embrace. George Dunlap and Bill Malik are familiar with this from the Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools that we put together in the 90s. And it really helped us to go to another level. So the two questions I have, and I do the one on the example, you have improve access to primary care. Mm-hmm. And Dr. Washington is aware, I always ask the question, is it a verb or a noun? What are we talking about? Because there are different ways to define access to care. Is it geographic access, meaning the clinic is next to you, the medical bus comes to you, you got transportation? So that's geographic access. Financial access to care could be I got more people on Medicaid than I had last year. Or functional access to care could mean more people now go see a primary care physician. So it goes back to your point on one of your slides about what are we trying to accomplish. So if you're able to describe, for me and others, when you say improve access to care, what are you trying to accomplish? Then you can come down to your various steps to be able to get to being able to say what's the outcome rather than the output. Sure. So I would just ask you, Michael, have y'all had an opportunity to describe whether or not access to care is functional access, geographic access, financial access? What do you mean by improving access to care? And I think in all of your objectives, if there's some clarity about those, then how the organization responds to those, whether it's workforce development or whatever it is, gives a better response. So I'd like for you to respond to that. The second piece, Mr. Manager, this is good stuff, good work. The challenge is, what's your, have you decided your approach for implementing this? Because to change the culture, you're going to have to introduce this to 6,000 people because, as Michael said, the custodian at NASA, well, we got custodians here. Sorry about that. But we got people at the bottom level that got to buy into this. All right, Mr. Chairman.
I'll respond to your second question and have Dr. Campbell respond to your first question, she and Dr. Washington, regarding access. Regarding how we're going to incorporate this, you're right. This requires a change management plan, including a communication plan, and we've discussed this as a cabinet when this was presented to them last week. It's very critical to ensure that we roll this out to the entire organization. It's that old saying, what gets measured gets done. One of the ways that we talked about ensuring that this is rolled out properly is, and Mike mentioned this, is to factor as part of their work plans so that they can have an understanding of how they influence the areas that they are tied to as well. Every employee in the organization currently has a work plan, and the work plan will be incorporated. It will have a link to our new balanced scorecard as well. But Suzette and others will assist us with developing this change management plan. So that is on the radar. And Dr. Campbell can respond to your first question.
Thank you. So if you're speaking specifically to primary care, then I would defer to Dr. Washington to articulate what his vision is around that. I have a tendency to up-level the thinking around this domain and would characterize it as increased access to services beyond primary health care, because I think there's an issue with access across many of the county's services in many of the county's departments and divisions. And so we have not yet met to map out what the objectives will be, but I think your point is well taken that there are different ways to define access, and I think that the answer to the question will vary depending upon the service, the division, and the department about which we're speaking. And I think that the scorecard should be all-inclusive beyond primary health care and elevated up to services generally.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Yeah, I just had a question around, on the last page talks about the Quality of Life Collaborative. Is that something that you want commissioners to come to listen to whatever's the?
So this community collaborative meeting is something that I've discussed with you all, as well as our community partners. You may recall that I went on this community listening tour when I was first appointed to the role. And during each one of those discussions, I concluded with a question asking would they be willing to collaborate with the county to address some of these problems that we are facing. And all of them responded with a resounding yes. So this is me putting their commitments to action. Regarding attendance by our board, the only elected official that will be in attendance is our district attorney to ensure that we have representation from that public safety angle. Outside of that is cross-sector, as Mike mentioned, corporate sector, our philanthropic community, our nonprofits as well. And the goal, the objective is to get in alignment, just as we are with our scorecard. But recognizing the balanced scorecard is the framework that we're going to manage to in Mecklenburg County. But our partners may choose to implement something else. But what we can all agree to is having a high quality of life in our community. So as our chair mentioned this morning, as he was discussing affordable housing, it's important that all of our partners that have some involvement in affordable housing, that we have some commonality in terms of how we're going to gauge our process, our progress in that space. So that's what the purpose of that meeting is, to identify all the indicators that we agree to regarding having a good, healthy, high quality of life, economic development, workforce development, affordable housing, education as well. And then what are the metrics associated that we can all manage to in our different entities to ensure that we're in alignment. And this meeting is not only going to be hosted by myself, but my partners will include Dr. Hill, CMS, as well as City Manager Marcus Jones. Because when you think about the quality of life and the influence that our three organizations have, I thought it was really important to invite them to partner with me in this meeting in November.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thank you so much. This takes me back to my teaching days, so I love it. Processes and procedures and things of that nature. And I think I'm going to try to carve this down to just 3 questions because I too have, there's so much here to unpack. How do we determine what data is needed? Like you made specifically that, you wanted to move, and that was very impactful. You wanted to move from just collecting data to actually using the data that was collected. So my first question is, how do we determine what data is needed in that process? Because there's qualitative data and there's quantitative data, and you can make either sound the way you want it to, and that has to be defined in order to meet the objectives that you want to meet. Second question, do we produce all of the data ourselves, or do we partner? Do we source it out to like UNCC, for stuff like the Quality of Life Explorer? Is there overlap with the Explorer where we're producing data with that? And then what's the scope of the scorecard? Is it just for us internally? And I ask that question because I'm thinking about our advisory boards and how they operate. They're supposed to be advising us on certain things, but if we don't know how they're arriving at their decisions, and then we can't really trust. I don't want to say trust. How do we know that what they're advising aligns with the outcomes that we're trying to achieve? Because otherwise, there's no use of them.
Absolutely. No, I think those are very relevant and salient questions. So, to your first one, how do we determine what data? So my team is already working with each department to better understand, the purpose of each of their programs and services, and to recommend revisions to their portfolio of performance measures. So, I mentioned earlier that there's 1,700 or so across the entire county. And so recognize that some services and some programs have pretty quality measures, and they're, can mostly be okay as they are. Some will have maybe a lot of measures that perhaps are not as high quality, high value, or as impactful as they should be. And in those cases, we're, again, starting with why, right? So why does this exist? What is the most important or the best data point to help us understand whether we are moving the needle or moving in the direction of the stated purpose of that program or service? And then, to your point about whether or not we collect all that data, it certainly could be that in some instances, I'll call it the quote unquote correct data point, may be something that we already track, and that's great. It may be something that we don't track already, but we can work to identify how we do that because we already have some of the data elements internally. But to your point about the Urban Institute and the Quality of Life Explorer, they're actually one of the groups that we've invited to the Quality of Life Collaborative, because certainly I do think that there are opportunities if there are overarching kind of community level indicators that we want to track, potentially community or regional level indicators even. I think the Quality of Life Explorer and the Urban Institute could be a partner to help us measure some of those things. So we're certainly continuing to investigate that option as well. And to your point about the scope of the scorecard, so the manager mentioned earlier that the scorecard is how we are going to operationalize some of these things. So it is primarily an internal tool. I mentioned earlier that there could be some things that come out of this community meeting that are relevant or influence our scorecard, and in that instance, we could incorporate some of that. But I would answer your question as it's primarily an internal tool. But the purpose of the manager's collaborative convening is to identify how we will collectively as a community measure and address those things. But certainly, Mike.
Yeah, that's correct. To hit you right on Mike's response, whether it's referred to as a scorecard or some other type of tool, the goal is to get in alignment next month and to have some commonality in terms of how we report and manage in the organization with our partners, our nonprofits, for example, to ensure that when we are defining what success looks like, that we're defining it collectively. Currently, although our partners are assisting in this space, if you think about the visual that Mike pointed out with the arrows pointing different ways, that's currently how we're managing. and it's important that we're all pointing in the same direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Altman.
I'm just very excited by this. You know, when companies
manage for whatever it is they're trying to do, there's a very close nexus on successful ones for what they are trying to achieve and whether they've achieved it on a quarterly basis. And obviously, we're different than that. We should be different than that. But we are stewards of the public's money. And what we know is that we don't have enough money to remotely address all the needs. And therefore, it is so essential that we identify what programs are working and what ones that may have been well-intentioned and a good idea that are not delivering, so that we can repurpose that for things that will do the most good for our residents. So I'm really excited about the higher rigor, the tighter nexus. I love the manager's vision of defining success with our partners and moving towards it collectively. And, you know, I was, just as a final thought, I was talking to somebody weekend who defines themselves as a fiscal conservative, and we were talking about our unsheltered community and how that's going here. And what they said to me was, I would be happy to pay more taxes to address this if it was actually going to help. So I just feel like for us to identify our community problems and to do it actually effectively, we can go a long way to bringing our community together for the work that we need to do to address our local issues. We won't agree on all the goals and all the methods, but we could do a lot. And for the community to hear in this public meeting and in a transparent way, the leadership that our manager is helping us to get in that direction relative to the guidance that he's received by this board is just awesome. So thank you.
All right, I think everyone that wanted to speak has spoken. I will say this, Michael, you have done, you and the team have done a tremendous job. I really appreciate this. I think the one thing that I always want to avoid is trying to do too much, right? Just overkill, where we won't be able to measure anything, because you can think of 1,000 different elements to add. One thing that I would say is I think it's a great starting point with the additional feedback that you'll get from board members. So thank you for that. With that being said, I'm sorry, Commissioner, did you have something?
No, I just going to say it was excellent. Doctoral presentation.
Agreed.
That's right.
So with that being said, it is noon. We had lunch. We can either do two things, so I want to know what the board wants to do. We can take a full hour and come back at 1 and start, or we can get back on track, shorten it by 10 minutes, and start back at 12:50, which that is my preference, but I want the board to say which one.
Second option.
12:50, second option?
Second option.
12:50. All right, so we will come back. We'll take lunch right now and come back at 12:50 on the dot. Oh, well, I would have, I should have gotten another opinion.
You said you wanted.
Before I turn it over to Commissioner Dunlap, Mr. Carter, do you have anything for us?
No, agendas look good. We're on time. Let's go.
All right, Mr. Manager, you have anything? No, likewise, I agree. All right. Well, at this time, we will turn it over to Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While this presentation is on youth crime, I think some people question why it is that the county is doing something on youth crime. They typically think of law enforcement issues as being an issue for the city. But I want everybody to know that we are well invested in dealing with youth crime. So today, in my presentation, we're going to talk about the data, the trends, We're going to talk about current prevention programming and investments, and also discuss some of the recommendations to reduce the rate of youth crime. So we'll start first with the YASI data. So there are 507 youth involved young people in Mecklenburg County. 507. And so this data is what we learn when we study those 507 people. YASI, Youth Assessment and Screening Instrument, so you know where the data came from, and also from the North Carolina Division of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. So the history of those 507 people, 64% previously delinquent referrals, juvenile and felony referrals, 72%, previous weapon offenses, 45%, referrals for person crime, that's people who have been involved in murders, crimes that involve people personally. And so while I gave you that, I want you to also look at where we are in relation to the state. You'll notice that in almost every category, we are substantially higher than the state average. Now, what I didn't put on the board is how we compare to other large urban counties. And this was done intentionally because before you saw that, I wanted to share some information. I think sometimes we compare ourselves to these other counties without realizing the differences between Mecklenburg and some of the other counties. When we compare ourselves to Guilford County, delinquent referrals are 47%. Durham County, 41%. Wake County, 40%. And Forsyth, Winston-Salem, 41%. We're substantially higher than all of those counties. But when you look at it, Mecklenburg County is smaller than Wake County. But Charlotte is twice as large as Raleigh. Charlotte is even larger than Winston-Salem, Greensboro, and Durham. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it would make sense that Charlotte's crime is much higher than some of these other places. So let's look at the legal history of those students or young people that we talked about. 50% of them had prior detention admissions, half of them. Prior youth development center, custody, 4%. So let's talk about the difference between detentions and youth development. So we would compare detention centers to jails, where you're arrested for an offense, you go and you wait adjudication. Youth development centers are considered to be similar to prisons in that you are adjudicated and you spend some time being detained. I want to look at the top offenses by two different groups. The top offenses by non-raised the age offenders and raised the age offenders. So when we look at the non-raised the age offenders, in 2021, 106 of them committed the offense of larceny of motor vehicles. 104 of them resisting public officials. 102 simple assaults. We compare that to the age offenses. Break-in and entering vehicles, 130. Possessing handguns as a minor, 119. Simple assaults, 104. Now, the difference between the non-raised age offenders and the raised age offenders is basically in the age. Those non-raised age offenders are those that are 15 years old and younger. The raised age offenders are 16 and 17 years old. And if you look down through the list, as the years progress, the offenses progress as well. Simple assaults increased, larceny of motor vehicles increased, resisting public officials pretty much the same. But look at the number of break and entering motor vehicles for the non-raised age offenders. 396. We're talking about 507 people that have been identified in Mecklenburg County. I want to direct your attention to 2022. Handguns by minors, 127. In 2023, 112. One of the reasons why I sit and listen this morning is because I learned that from hearing the presentations that went on before me, everything that we talk about with these youth is interconnected. Housing is an issue. Mental health is an issue. Workforce development is an issue. And so we turn our attention to the family history. Of these young people, 9% were kicked out of the house, 41% ran away, 11% have a history of substance abuse and mental illness, and 28% live in a household where there's criminal activity or violence perpetrated in the house. And so we will look at their school involvement. In Mecklenburg County, 6% of these students dropped out, 2% were suspended. The attendance in the past 3 months, 41% attended regularly, as opposed to those who did attend or did not attend. Did attend, 41% of the students that attended. And 5 or more absences, 25%. So we looked then at the academics in Mecklenburg County. 16% had a C or lower in school. 14% were failing some classes, and 16% failed most classes. This is the same group of young people. From their peers and associates, we find that 20% have no friends, or no consistent friends. In terms of their delinquency, nearly 68% have negative or delinquent influence. A smaller percentage, maybe about 12%, are associated with the gang. And then those who have families who are members of gangs and youth who are members of the gang. I share all of this information to kind of give you some background of what we're dealing with when we start dealing with our young people. 50% of them are involved in alcohol and drug abuse. What I found interesting about this data is that 30 years ago, when I was teaching DARE, the data then suggested that most young people are introduced to drugs and alcohol at the age of 12. If you'll notice here, that hadn't changed. The question is, where do they get access? The truth of the matter is it starts at home. Mom and dad shares a beer, shares a glass of wine, or allow their young person to have access to alcohol. So it's not somebody on the street giving it to them. It's within their own households. When it comes to mental health, in Mecklenburg County, we'll notice that 30% have identified mental health issues. 30% were actually diagnosed with some disorder. And then we'll move on to the homicide data, which is really what I wanted to get to. When you look at homicide firearms, 89.2% of the homicides that occur in Mecklenburg County occur within this same population. The reason why this was of interest to me is because I listen to the news reports and I hear discussions across the country about how high the homicide rate is among young people. And if you listen to that, you can't help but feel for those parents who grieve for their child who never grew up to be an adult. And so in 2024, a total of 636 Mecklenburg County residents visited the emergency department. While that includes everybody in Mecklenburg County, what is interesting is the number of people who actually went because of firearms. So we look at the violent death rate. This graph shows the rate per 100,000 residents. So we'll see that among those, 24.6% are males, when only 3.5% are female. The largest group involved in violent death rate are African American boys at 25.9%, white at 8.2%, Asian 4.4%, and Hispanic at 9.7%. When we look at the age ranges, 34.4% between the age of 0 to 19. Between the ages of 20 and 24, 34.2%. Between the ages of 25 and 44, 34.9%. I already mentioned to you about the difference in the population when it comes to the county. But I want you to take a look at the youth firearm deaths between 2019 and 2023. Youth firearm deaths between 2019 and 2023. Mecklenburg County stands out with 118 young people, followed by Guilford, Wake, Durham, and Forsyth. So the question is, what is Mecklenburg County doing? I've always said there has to be more that we can do. There has to be more. And so we look at the county initiatives. I was talking to one of my fellow commissioners, and I asked them, when was the last time we got a report from Alternatives to Violence, a program that we fund? Other county initiatives, recast, Criminal Justice Service operates recovery courts, Teen Court is a peer-led program operated by Lift Up Carolinas. Violence prevention, education awareness. 100 Youth Advisory Council provide violence prevention and curriculum and feedback from youth about violence prevention programming. And violence prevention is providing capacity building for community-based organizations, increase awareness of gun violence, support efforts to reduce gun violence, and increase the use of safe storage for firearms. The RECAST program, which stands for Resiliency in Communities After Stress and Trauma, is a grant-funded program within the Office of Violence Prevention. This program increases access to trauma-informed care by training therapists to provide evidence-based trauma treatment that is specific to children and teens, and increasing mental health support for non-therapists to help support others. These are programs that Mecklenburg County involved in. Also, the over $2 million that is awarded annually to the community-based organizations that support justice-involved and at-risk youth. So I'm sure you will recall, every year the funding proposal comes to the county and we have to approve it. The chairman recently appointed me to that committee, and so I have not had an entire year, but I was there when they made the proposal to provide grants for the following programs to the tune of $2,051,713. These are the programs. Now, I provided these because I don't know that any of these programs have been properly evaluated to determine its effectiveness. And so I was discussing with our chairman earlier, and I want you to understand that I'm not proposing, at least not today, that we allocate more money. I'm just asking that we look at the money that is currently being spent and ask for better results. And I am certain that there are results that could be achieved that we're not seeing. These are some other groups that are involved in helping us to reduce violence in our community. The Youth Leadership Board, the Community Engagement Task Force. And then I want to look at programs citywide. One of the city's initiatives is Alternatives to Violence. The City of Charlotte Youth Opportunities Program, Youth Safety Development and Career Program. The Community Initiatives, Hospital Violence Intervention Program, and Handle with Care in Partnership. One of the things that we know about these programs, and I think some of you probably met Dr. Jacobs before, he developed this program with Atrium where when people are shot and they come to the hospital, they provide intervention then in hopes that they would not be in the same environment and return back to the hospital having been shot more than one time. CMS has 102 base therapists in 178 of the 187 schools. Additionally, 32 middle and high schools have access to teletherapy. Additionally, there are case management services for youth who are at risk. So I'm sure you know that when murders or suicide or some tragic event happens with a person who is of school age, the school system provides counseling for those young people when they come back to school. So this is the Alternative to Violence program. The primary focus is on mediating conflict. We all heard a presentation from them about how they're supposed to be in the community, talking to young people, trying to stop violence events from occurring before they occurred. And they're located on Beatty's-Ford Road, West Boulevard, and Nations Ford, Arrowwood area. Again, when is the last time we've gotten a report? Do we know their effectiveness? Can they identify any particular act of violence that they prevented from happening? I don't recall having heard that. And so I'm concerned that we're not spending our money wisely. I'm concerned that parents will continue to grieve because young people in our community will continue to be murdered. So the question is, what can we do? Is there something else? Is there something better? And so we looked at some research across the country. NACO provided some research. I looked at research from Nebraska. You should have that research as a part of your packet today. But basically what they suggested is that there needs to be opportunities for safe spaces for young people. I'm so happy that we approve the grant to the Katie Blessing Center because it's going to help us to provide mental health for some of these young people. The investment we made with Steve Smith Foundation is going to help us provide mental health for these young people. And we need to work on prevention programming, something that most of the research suggests that the county did themselves. It was not outsourced to another agency because the prevention of these kinds of crime that occur in our community is determined to be best addressed by the county itself. So what is it that I'm proposing? For a long time now, I've said that Mecklenburg County generates a lot of money from programs that occur in our facilities. And when you listen to parents in the community, they will tell you there's not enough free time at the recreation centers. There's not enough of activities for our young people to participate in. So when I looked at the research, one of the things that I found was that in different communities across our country, they've established programs where young people help develop the programs. In fact, we look at Denver, Colorado. Young people are used to identify actionable items to support youth violence prevention efforts. And one of the key interventions include expanding youth empowerment centers, providing positive alternatives, investing in art and culture, offering culturally relevant services, increasing job training, Mr. Griffin, youth employment, enhancing access to treatment and health services. All of these are things that the county is responsible for and will have a hand in doing. just so that you understand, exposure to violence, just the mere exposure to violence, increases the likelihood of drug and alcohol misuse, depression, anxiety, PTSD in young people, aggressive behaviors, and engagement in illicit activities. School-aged children have lower grades, more absences, and exposed to violence. School-aged children exposed to violence tend to have lower academic performance and higher absenteeism. High school students exposed to violence have lower test scores and graduation rates. Local communities increasingly use after-school programs as an intervention approach. They provide youth with the opportunity to enhance their social and academic skills while engaging in school and community activities, thereby expanding their pro-social experiences and relationships. Evaluations have found significant positive effects on academic achievement and reduction in arrests for youth crime and violence. And so we see that as we look at the research all across the country. And so what I'm really proposing and asking is that Mecklenburg County reevaluate how we spend our tax dollars in an effort to reduce violence among our young people in our community. And I want to point just to one thing that Michael Griswold said in his presentation. When we're managing for results, he had a slide that asked us to define the goals and objectives, plan activities and resources, to monitor the progress and the performance, and evaluate the results. And I would suggest to you that the programs that we've implemented does not follow that process. So my hope is that we will do an in-depth evaluation of the programs that Mecklenburg County is currently involved in an effort to help, because we can't do it all by ourselves, but to help in the reduction of violence among our young people. That is what I wanted to share with you today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me see who has any feedback, or let me start with Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thank you. Your whole presentation, former Chair Dunlap, is spot on, and something that I have been questioning myself as well, and I know the community does. You all hear it when we have these community meetings. They're questioning where we put our money, even when we have to cut nonprofits and things of that nature, where it's going, the efficacy of the programs that we have, because all they see is violence continuing, not taking into account the fact that our city is growing by leaps and bounds, and we don't have already the infrastructure to support it. And what I prescribe is that we're using outdated remedies for these current socioeconomic conditions. So if, I keep hearing it's the parents, it has started home, it has started home. Well, if your parent, usually single, or perhaps auntie or big mama is the only one at home that can't watch children, or if your parent or parents are working 2 jobs to be able to support the rent and things of that nature, then how is it that they can monitor everything that their child does? So we got to take things into a different context for this particular error. And the other thing I want to talk about is the data that we use. The data, how are we getting it? Do we get it from multiple sources or one consistent source? And then do we have any young people on any kind of advisory? Because not to say that we incentivize them to be snitches, but we can learn a lot from young people that we don't know. We don't know what we don't know, and we can learn the things that we don't know from our young people. So I want to lift that up.
Well, there is an advisory council that involves youth, but I agree with you. There is a lot more here than I had time to present. But one of the things that stood out the most is the percentage of young people who carry guns in our community when compared to the other communities.
Yep.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I think, Sonia, you help me out on this. Is it that they determine that young people would rather not be caught without having a gun than they fear that more than they fear carrying a gun?
Safety appears to be a big issue and concern. So we do hear from young people that they worry more about what's going to happen to them if they're caught without a gun than if they're caught with a gun.
I can echo that sentiment. I have a 22-year-old, and he has said that to me, and so has his friends on many occasions.
Can I go, I'm going to go to Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Leek, then Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Is this on? I don't feel like I'm very loud. Thank you very much for all this. And I really like all the statistics you had. I think numbers don't lie. And I appreciate you bring that. I also want to say thank you for connecting, having that relationship, showing that relationship between youth, crime, and mental health, and how important it is. Your number one recommendation, increase access to confidential mental health services or resources. I really do appreciate you bringing that up and calling out the Steve Smith BHUC. I think that was one of the best investments we've made. And Katie Blessing, that's being built. So, I mean, I think there's hope there. In this county, we need more. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But I do appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you for the presentation. My concern has been repeatedly, our young people didn't just start with violence and using drugs. If you worked in a high school or worked in school at all. Today's youth is freer than they've ever been. And my concern is parenting, babies having babies, and not understanding the responsibility that you have when you have a baby and have a child. The responsibility changes. And every weekend we hear and see shootings of black boys being killed, cutting off our bloodline, and it upsets me because we are spending money and no results, and we are not holding parents accountable. We must hold parents accountable for their children. In the paper, there was one boy arrested 111 times, and he was 15 years of age. So the question is, who's in charge, the children or the parents? I remember talking to a parent. Her son was working up here at McDonald's restaurant, 16 years of age. His responsibility was to pay the light bill and the water bill. He became her husband, role as it infested in that family. That's the role that they play. And when I got a call to come to the home that night, 4 boys had followed him home and asked him to come on the porch, and they killed him on the front porch of his home, right off of Beatty'sford Road. And when I got over there that night, there was no food in the house, but there were 4 dogs, 4 little miniature puppies. And you have to feed dogs, am I right? And you have to take care of them. So my concern was, how can you afford dogs and you're not even having any food in your house? So we have a problem, and I've talked about it being reared by older people who have standards. Mr. Griffin and I was talking about the role of the teacher, dressing like professionals, Men don't even come to school wearing shirts and ties anymore. Women don't look like they're in charge. They look younger than the children. So we have a lot of work to do. And parents, I say, need to be held accountable for their children and the community to some degree. So don't look at me like I'm crazy. I'm talking about what I've seen, what I've experienced, and hearing it every day on the news about people getting killed. And they're black boys and black girls. So I don't apologize for saying what I'm saying. It's a problem.
Thank
And
you.
the church need to take a responsibility.
Commissioner Powell.
And I'm sorry, sir.
Well, let me just respond to that, because Commissioner Leak is correct. Part of the problem is that these people who we're talking about live in homes where violence is being perpetrated in the homes. And they're, for the most part, doing what they see, replicated every day.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I know that that comes from a deep place in your heart. Do you have any examples of structured youth programs that were successful in other places? Because I know that you mentioned that. You said something about Denver, but can you give us any ideas about what has been successful? Or
Well, and again, it's about how you measure success. Because what I learned is that what people in some communities might call successful might not necessarily be successful to me. And so in this research, they identified Athens, Clark County, Georgia, the city of Denver, Colorado, Constitution County, California. They even had a program in Los Angeles County where they did more involvement with parks and recreation, and the crime declined by 32%. In Maryland, state and counties, they expanded recreation. So most of these communities were giving young people more to do and introducing them to work. They developed programs where young people could explore different employment opportunities. Goes back to workforce development and the impact that it has on young people.
thank you.
Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, George, for this. I was wondering, on your graph on page 78 of our book, it talks about the percent of homicide data by type. I was really surprised to see the comparison between male and female. Isn't that far apart, according to this? So I don't really hear that talked about very much. So that's surprising.
Well, most women don't use firearms to commit crimes.
So are these victims then? Is this graph about victims or is it about the perpetrators?
Let me make sure I'm on the right page.
Okay, because like the orange line is the homicide by firearm, and it's just not that, much smaller.
The percent of homicide data?
Yeah, percent of homicide. I mean, I noticed that it was, bigger, the female line was bigger in all of the other ways, but I was really surprised that in the firearm one, it was almost as, big as the male. Like, it's just not that far off.
60, about 65% when compared to 80%?
Yeah, so, yeah, give or take, yeah.
Well, that was a surprise to me because you never really hear of the firearm death committed by female.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that was really news to me.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Does this include suicide?
Say that again.
Does it include
Do
suicide?
these numbers include suicide?
Can't hear you down here.
No suicide data
It says
in this.
homicide, yeah.
Yeah, but
Let me go to Commissioner Griffin, and then Commissioner Powell, I'll defer some time to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunlap. Your presentation was excellent. I'm going to try to answer Commissioner Powell's comments. There is a Dr. John Hayes that lives here in Charlotte that created a structured juvenile youth program that was very successful. And he worked through the Charlotte Housing Authority through something called the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. And he ended up working with housing authorities around the country. But what he did off of Oakline Avenue before they tore down the public housing neighborhood and built some mixed income housing, he worked with the kids there. And George is correct. In terms of services, one was trying to get them meaningful jobs, and they were doing labor jobs in terms of plumbing and things like that with the Charlotte Housing Authority to keep them out of trouble. I'll give you one example that I was involved with a long, long time ago when working with him. Kids would read the Charlotte Observer newspaper. They would read Lost and Found, your dog or your cat. They would call the people on the phone. They would say, I found your cat and your dog. I've been using my mom's food stamps. If you bring me $100, you can get them. They'd come over to a corner. Kids would disappear back into the neighborhood, and that scam worked. Two things. It showed that these were smart kids. They were smart enough to try to figure out how to read the newspaper, structure an intervention of calling these folks, and they just needed some turning around with adults and programs, and they were able to do that in late 70s, early 1980s, and he started going around the country working with other housing authorities. So I'm sure that we could probably find some examples with the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention of programs that work and try to get them here. But Commissioner Dunlap is so we have to grab them at the earliest point and try to make sure that there is some type of structure in their experience. Most of the youngsters who were found to be engaged in criminal activity did not have a structured environment. Whether it was Boys and Girls Club, Big Brother, Big Sister, they were kind of out there on their own with a single parent. I hope that helps. But thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Altman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner Dunlap, you really brought some new thinking into the space here. You're right, we don't usually look at this issue because we don't typically so much think of it through a county lens, but you've made a really compelling argument for why it is. And so I thank you for helping us to be more integrated in how we think about this whole ecosystem. And I mentioned earlier that, like Chairman Jarrell has said, the goal is not to be right, the goal is to get it right. And so to that end, for example, we know that Ella B. Scarborough Center, gorgeous, beautiful, still seems to have pretty low foot traffic. And if it turns out that the community isn't responding to it as it was intended, whereas like VCW has high foot traffic, and this is where the community is coming for a lot of the services. If, for example, EBS continues to have low foot traffic, like I'm inspired by your talk to think about, that facility becoming maybe like our youth, like the summit for our youth, where they could develop programming that, that they find engaging. I know I certainly can't even so much as come up with a tweet that my children think is cool. So, you know what I mean? Like getting kids to help us develop the programming that they find engaging, and also in a county facility that maybe we could potentially repurpose, like having it become a state-of-the-art training center for, that we could have in collaboration with CMS, like as a regional place, like a regional magnet for training for our high school students, our middle school students. I have no idea if this is a good idea, but my point is let's continue to think out of the box and continue to examine what we have, what we're doing. I support you in that. I thank you for it.
Excuse me one second, Commissioner Lee. Let me defer some of my time to Commissioner Powell before I make my comments, and I'll give you another minute for yours. Go ahead, Commissioner Powell.
I just had one question, and I don't know if you know the answer, but if we could get the numbers of how many people committed suicide with firearms included in that report, that helps.
That's different.
Oh, maybe.
So remember, this is that population of 507 young people that have been identified as youth involved in Mecklenburg County.
So that slide from from slide 78 is just the 507. That helps. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Thank you for that question.
Wait a minute, I got a correction over here.
Hold on.
Apologies. Just wanted to clarify. So when we're looking at those the homicide data slide, that essentially is telling us across our state and across our county how many people have died by different types of homicide across all age groups. And so when we go back and we see that orange line, that's telling us what our what we're seeing by our females. Back one more, I believe. Right there. So that first one, that's telling us that a vast majority of individuals are dying by firearms. And it's the same for male and female. What we do know is that many of our female victims of homicides, that's occurring due to intimate partner violence. And so that is what that is telling us. The other slide is helping us to understand that although across our entire community, those who are dying by homicide, the numbers are showing us, I think if you go forward one slide, sorry, go back one more. This number here is the number of individuals who were presented at our emergency departments with firearm-related injuries. And so there have been some changes and variations over the years, but what we're seeing is that in the latest data for 2024, there was a slight drop in the number of individuals who presented at the hospitals with firearm-related injuries, but not necessarily homicides. There is some fantastic data that is available that we could show for our suicides, but we did not include it here because we just wanted to be able to look at our homicide data.
Thank you.
But additionally, you'll see that majority of those suicides are by firearm.
Thank you for that. Let me circle back to Commissioner Leek, and then I'll round things off with final comment.
I want to bring your attention to a program that was founded at West Charlotte Senior High School some years ago for young men, and also at Hopewell High School, founded by Apostle Murphy. It was 25 young men. They bought shirts, ties, and carried them through a process. But they were taken care of through the organization from the church. And they had a program that I attended, and those boys had on blazers, neckties, and nice shoes, and their parents were there. So things can happen, and people can work within the confines of the community. And I thought of those two programs as I sat here and remembered them being very, very active. But what happened to them, they phased out. What happened is that sometimes people spend a lot of time, they can't get other people to come in and participate and help them make things better with our children or for our children. But I still say parents are responsible for their children.
Thank you, Commissioner Leek. Thank you, colleagues, for the comments. George, I think this was fantastic. The data is really enlightening. I actually have to double down on a couple of things. But the first thing I want to observe, when you look at this 8% drop on this slide here, I think I'm wondering if it's telling a story that even with the way our community is expanding, maybe the data is pointing that some of the prevention may be working. Because with the way we're expanding so much, with the number of people that are moving here on a daily basis, you would expect that number to be proportional with the numbers of increase. So to see a decrease or a drop in any area, I don't think that we should just overlook that, is number one. Number two, I'm a huge believer that two things could be true at the same time. We know that parents in this community struggle, particularly our single parents. There's also a responsibility for parents. I've said this publicly, privately, and I'll say it again. If a child won't listen to their parents, I probably have a low probability that a child is going to listen to me on aggregate if you don't respond well to the people that have birthed you. In some cases, certainly mentorship is good, but I think having a solid home is extremely important. I just think that that is something that we just can't gloss over. And I'm not a big believer in government trying to raise children. I don't think it's a good role for us. I don't think we do it well. I think we do it in a particular way that does not align with the values of the community. If you want government to raise children, the way the family structure works for government is Sheriff McFadden, his dad, Johnny Jennings, his mom. Our district court judges are going to play the role of grandma, and you'll have D.A. Merriweather playing the role of grandpa.
That's right.
That's the way government is structured, that's the way government is set up, and that's the way government will work. And I don't think that that's a great way for us to try to play the role of parent. What we can do, support parents, support the programming from people that have been 28 years in law enforcement and so on and so forth. So I agree with drilling down into those programs, seeing what works, taking best practices from other places as well. So just want to say thank you. I thought this was a great conversation, great presentation.
Mr. Chair, can I comment before
Please.
we move on to the next subject? One, Commissioner Dunlap, thank you for your presentation. Found it to be very informative. One comment I want to touch on, and it's just because it was stated publicly regarding the foot traffic at our CRCs, our community resource centers. I recognize the board is overdue for an update regarding the foot traffic, and we're planning to bring that forward. I think you'll find that the numbers look different now. And then also keep in mind the former Corral facility will be closing as well. So that will increase some of the foot traffic for both of those facilities as well. So with respect to the comment that was made, we recognize it's time for you all to receive an update to better inform you of what that traffic looks like over at the CRCs. The other thing I want to point out, and this is something I'll need some direction on from the board in general, and Commissioner Dunlap, I certainly welcome your perspective on this. Regarding investing more in evaluating first and potentially investing in this specific population as we go down this path, or consider it, as Commissioner Griffin called out, it's about access early on. Certainly sometime as a juvenile court counsel with DJJ DP, we recognize that the earlier that you can get access to this population, the better. So hence why we're talking about investing in services for that facility that's located at the corner of LaSalle and Beattyford Road for that very reason, to try to get these youth in advance of them being adjudicated delinquent. So just be mindful as we invest in our programming that although they may not be adjudicated as delinquent, the whole intent is to get access well before they cross that line. So whether it's them being adjudicated and labeled as delinquent in the system or not, what we'll be currently looking at from a program standpoint is all relative to the presentation that you made. And I do welcome if there's some specific direction you want to provide, because if we're going to expand our footprint in this space to support the kids that are adjudicated delinquent, then I need to know that. Because currently we're looking more so with respect to the existing programs, how can we invest and support these youth prior to them being labeled delinquent?
So, Mr. Manager, with respect to what you just asked the board, here's what I would like us to consider, colleagues, is we're going to carve out some time for some open discussion between during the next couple of days. can we take that as an action
That's
item
fine.
and maybe incorporate that in there? And then we'll move to the next presentation to keep us on track. And then come back.
Thank you.
So what I want to do is to take what the manager is asking, to move us forward. I want to move to the next presentation with Commissioner Griffin. Want to take what the manager is asking us to do is for us to circle back to that when we have a little bit of open discussion over the next 2 days.
Totally.
So what we'll do now is move to Commissioner Griffin. Great job, George.
See how
Great
this thing works. Which one goes where?
Big circle, you advance, and the small one's how you go back.
All righty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, let me I just appreciate all the other presentations before, because this sort of wraps a lot of that stuff up in terms of youth, housing, et cetera, I think. And we'll talk a little bit about that at the very end. Let me first thank Tamara Aguilar, Delisa Tolbert, Yolanda Griffin, Roger Johnson. We started this process late. I was late as usual. And I sent some things in on Wednesday. LaShawn was looking for them on Monday, and they helped me put something together, I think, that sort of tells my story regarding workforce development. I want to say about the paradox of prosperity and widening economic gaps. Basically sort of supports what the manager referenced just a couple of hours ago about the widening gap. There's something called the Gini Index, G-I-N-I Index, and it's an economic term that sort of measures the inequality and wealth gaps in communities. And Charlotte and Mecklenburg County's wealth gap has been spreading over the last several decades. This doesn't happen overnight or over a few months. You know, it takes years before that gap to spread. And right now, what you see in Mecklenburg County is a widening economic gap. And why that's so important for us to address is a couple of things. When I chaired the school board, I used to ask the superintendent, how many third graders can't read who come from a household earning $100,000 a year? They couldn't find any. So economics, the social capital, et cetera, those things are really important. And I think that's why it's so important that we start trying to figure out how to close the economic gap and have more folk in the middle class. We're talking about safety in neighborhoods. You're talking about stronger public schools. You talk about just the general health of a community. It just works better when there's an appropriate spread of upper, middle, and lower income folk in a neighborhood. I'm sort of reminded that Mecklenburg County is the second largest banking center in the country. There's just tremendous benefits. But who's benefiting and who's left behind is what we need to try to pay attention to as a community, not just a county responsibility, but as a community. And to the extent that the county can stimulate or be a catalyst, that would be very important. I recall when I joined the board, the new group of county commissioners commissioned a study on racism in Mecklenburg County. And that made me think, in terms of going back to Mecklenburg County's history, that during slavery, 40% of Mecklenburg's population was African American. And today, 33% of Mecklenburg County's population is African American. And when you start looking at the challenges of who's on the bottom, I think you've heard me say this when Dina was around, it reflect back on something called the Kerner Commission, when there was a lot of resources, a lot of research, I should say. Who's on the bottom in terms of health? Who's on the bottom in terms of education? Who's on the bottom in terms of economics? and it was African Americans. So some of this stuff I'm going to juxtapose between white and African American, but it doesn't exclude Hispanics, Asians, et cetera, because to make Charlotte a great place to live, we got to raise the floor and the ceiling at the same time, and that includes everyone. Real quickly, who wants a living wage job? Or what are the barriers in the living wage ecosystem? A couple of times over the last 3 years I've been on the board, responses have been, well, people are satisfied where they are, they're afraid to take risks, they're concerned about the benefits cliff, et cetera. The folk I talk to would love to have a living wage job. And I would think that most of the folk that's out there that don't have a living wage job would love to have a job with great benefits, time off, 2-3 weeks, annual vacation, have some disposable funds to go out to dinner, et cetera. So I'm not sure who those folk are, but we'll talk a little bit about who wants a living wage job. Barriers, the barriers are consistent across all economic levels, whether it's challenges for house burden, child care, transportation, and we'll talk a little bit about those barriers. And we'll talk about the living wage ecosystem because it is broken in Arthur Griffith's perspective.
How long have you been in Charlotte?
All my life. Mildred Littlejohn is not a fan of Charlotte's growth.
And I'm sick of everybody moving down here. They get better jobs. They get better places to stay. We've been here for a lifetime. It takes us hell to get a house.
We heard the same message from another native Charlottean.
For the people that live here, it makes it harder for us. Say more about that, like about what makes it harder. The job market is harder. I can say that for sure.
Let me see if I'm going to go back. Okay, you guys got it under control. This was a piece on WSOC News several weeks ago as they talked about the number of people coming into the Charlotte region. And they went out into the community interviewing residents about the impact of the 157 residents coming into this region. There were a couple of people, 2 or 3 people that they interviewed, and they specifically was concerned about not having access or availability to some of the good jobs. But I wanted you to hear that from, in their words, and with the passion that they were presenting when they talked to the news folk. And not only the concerns about not having access to good jobs, living wage jobs, they talked about the housing crunch, Mr. Chairman, about the cost of renting and the cost of buying a home. So these are the folk that are out there. They're indigenous, they're native, they've been around for a long time, and they're seeing folk come into Charlotte and take benefit of some of the great opportunities. Charlotte is a wonderful place to live and work and raise a family, and there's absolutely no question about the opportunities that are in this community. The questions are who benefits from those opportunities. You want me to go on to the next slide? Yeah, let's play the video so they can hear it if we can.
How long have you been in Charlotte? All my life.
Mildred Littlejohn is not a fan of Charlotte's growth.
And I'm sick of everybody moving down here. They get better jobs. They get better places to stay. We've been here for a lifetime. It takes us hell to get a house.
We heard the same message from another native Charlottean.
For the people that live here, it makes it harder for us. Say more about that, like about what makes it harder. The job market is harder. I can say that for sure.
How long have you been in Charlotte?
All my life.
Mildred Littlejohn is not a fan of Charlotte's growth.
And I'm sick of everybody moving down here. They get better jobs. They get better places to stay. We've been here for a lifetime. It takes us hell to get a house.
We heard the same message from another native Charlottean.
For the people that live here, it makes it harder for us. Say more about that, like about what makes it harder. The job market is harder. I can say that for sure.
You know, one of the things that, since I joined the Board of County Commissions, I asked staff to figure out how many of the BIP grants we've approved. And when you look at these grants that have been approved, it's well over 3,000 great jobs have come into this community. And there's no linkage between what we do, what we say, and the jobs that are coming into this community. Roger's correct this morning when he said that the staff has changed the agreement. In the voluntary portion of the contract in section 2.5, it's now asking how many local folk have you hired. Prior to the Economic Development Committee doing that, there's no real push to work with us locally or trying to identify the number of jobs that local people had a shot at. In fact, one of the companies, and I spoke to it earlier, Corning Optical, when I looked at their contract, they actually checked a box. There was, yes, I'll work with you, or no, I won't. And they actually checked the box to say, no, I won't. So it gives us a sense as to who our corporate partners are as relates to job opportunities. When you look at the quality of those jobs, it follows the sequence of those 5 areas, and I always forget those 5 areas. Finance, banking, business management and banking, technology, advanced manufacturing, and health sciences. They're a phenomenal job. This is just a snapshot of some of the jobs that have come through. But you have this health center, Atrium Novant. They're hiring registered nurses. They're hiring surgical techs. I served at your pleasure, a trustee at Central Piedmont Community College, and we were trying to get sonogrammers because at $65,000 a year, Atrium and Novant were just sucking them up. And the state wouldn't allow CPCC to offer that program because Piedmont Community College over here in Monroe was offering the same. So there's some politics in there, but there's a lot, surgical techs are available. There are a lot of career-type jobs that pay living wages available here in Mecklenburg County. We're just not connected to those particular jobs. Central Piedmont sort of plays a role as a connector. Did you see some of the people are close to us in terms of Medic, Honeywell, Novant, Duke Energy? What I'm looking for the county in terms of playing a catalyst is to serve as a connector in some manner. We may not be able to afford to do this alone, but in partnership, we could also serve as a connector, at least to those jobs that are coming in through the BIP. You know, I won't forget Commissioner Dunlap schooling me about the taxes that these corporations pay. There's no question about it. These corporations coming in, they increase the tax base. It's a benefit for all of us. But we also can provide an additional support if some of the local folk here in Mecklenburg County could get those jobs, and if we can prepare, since we know what those 5 areas are, just a ball pen full of individuals who are prepared to take some of those jobs. You know, we talk about, you know, who can we train? There is I can't think of the gentleman's name who started the program of which Renaissance West started out of Atlanta. But he said that there's $1 trillion worth of human assets that are buried in all these communities in America. And what he was talking about, folk that were completely disconnected, they were in the public assistance arena, but yet with the proper training, they could be productive, tax-paying residents of all of our communities around the country. One of the things that popped out at me on a number of presentations so far this morning, but also with this presentation, is when you simply look at who's receiving services from the county. The population is 33% African American, and almost across the board, the disproportionality is twice or more. So we have to find ways to figure out what's working, what's not working. And rather than talk sometimes in isolation about black infant mortality, the folk who in Sheriff McFadden's hotel over there in terms of their ethnicity or race, we need to figure out what's going on, and some of those things we talked about a minute ago, which is the family. We're going to have to figure out something, and Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right, but I think if people, not as a condition, and I don't want you to interpret it as a condition of services, but we need to make it clear that if you're getting services, that there is a level of expectation that we have in terms of sweat equity on your part so that we can be successful in helping people help themselves into sweat equity. This is a biggie because every time we talk about programs, education comes up. Now, why is that important? As a trustee at Central Piedmont, there are 6 Tesla programs in the country. One is at Central Piedmont. But to get into that program, you have to take a test that Tesla presents. If you don't pass the test, you can't get in the program and graduate with $50 an hour job or more. So education is so critically important, not just for youngsters who are going to college, but trying to get the living wage jobs. As I said to you, Atrium and Novant can't hire enough sonogrammers today. Surgical techs, registered nurses. So there are career paths that can get you to living wage jobs that are there, but we have to make sure that our children are getting the kind of education that will help them achieve that. And I'll give an example. I don't know if you saw a movie called Hidden Figures. It was about folk who were doing work, manual mathematical work to help get John Glenn up into space. In the back area, there was a cadre of ladies that were doing manual work on calculators and other things. And NASA decided what they were going to do is bring in an IBM 360, one of the original big computers, right, that takes up a whole room. And this computer system was going to replace those ladies who were doing manual mathematics on calculators, et cetera. What do you think the young lady decided to do that was a supervisor of all the other young ladies? They were predominantly African-American women. She grabbed a book, she grabbed a manual, and said, we're going to learn how to operate this newfangled thing called its IBM 360. So it's within our capacity to provide the academic and support for our youngsters to develop the skills to be able to get successful jobs, not just college degree jobs, but jobs that pay living wages in terms of advanced manufacturing, et cetera. But you can't even get into the training if you can't pass the test. To be a registered nurse, to go into nursing at UNC Charlotte, to go into nursing at Central Piedmont, you can't get into the RN curriculum if you can't pass the T's. And as a trustee, I say, what is T's? It's the test of essential academic skills. And it's required in North Carolina if you're going to try to take the RN curriculum. So education is so important. And so why do I come back to education? Linda Darling Hammond, someone I worked with ages ago, she said, Arthur, this technological society that's coming up, now this is almost 20 years ago, no, a little bit more than that. She said, for our kids to be successful, you have to have strong foundational skills, literacy, numeration, critical thinking. She said, if our youngsters can master those skills, because she said technology is going to change every year. And boy, did she predict technology changing every year. But she said they wouldn't get left behind if they had these skills. So we're going to have to make sure that our partner, and I know that We love CMS. I love CMS. It's my school, but we got to work with our partners to make sure when they graduate college ready or career ready if they're going to take advantage of the wonderful opportunities in this community. I'm not going to tell you, there was a big fuss at CMS about 30-point gap. Today in almost everything except Math 1, the gap is at 40 points. So they've done great things in terms of their performance with growth and some other issues. Fundamental that Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond said, strong foundational skills if they're going to be successful. The other piece that I wanted to share with you is what's happening at the collegiate level. There's an interactive dashboard that the UNC system has. And I would say Google it, all of you, Google it, and look at the four-year graduation rate of kids at any of the member institutions. They're not very well. And if you look at some of the institutions or HBCUs, they're not very well. We're going to have to strengthen up. And it's not the institution's fault. It's the youngsters that are getting into those systems that are not prepared to be successful. So look at the entire, transition and trajectory of education if you want to see folk being successful. There's a huge gap in terms of youngsters getting jobs today that's coming into Mecklenburg County. Who are they? They're educated, they're trained, and they're able to access this ecosystem called living wage jobs. Alice Communities. I had never heard of that. Until Roger Johnson said, have you ever heard of Alice Community? What is Alice Communities? Asset limited, income constrained, and employed. Okay? These are the folk who, not paycheck to paycheck, but they really need to advance themselves into the middle class so they'll have some disposable income to take their families on vacation, et cetera, and to be able to pay for different things for their children in terms of supporting them. Look at this. This is the census data, 2024. The last day this person was employed before being furloughed, she shared this data with me. So it's as of September 2024, and what you'll see is half of the African-American households earn less than $75,000. Over half, 67% of white households earn greater than $75,000. So in terms of people closing the wealth gap, we got to make sure that the middle class, as the manager said earlier, is stronger and strengthened here in Mecklenburg County. It is absolutely no question that we can do that with the type of jobs that are coming in. The young lady who helped me with this with the Census Bureau, she said, Commissioner Griffin, look at $200,000 or more. Whereas we think things are happening, look at the disparity between African-American households and white households that's making $200,000 or greater. 6% to 25%. Okay. We got to do better. And we need to figure out this thing that the chairman spoke of earlier about affordable housing. People are under great housing pressure because as we can't move people into these wonderful jobs that are coming into Mecklenburg County, other folk are moving in from San Francisco, Newport Beach, California, from Florida, from Canada. That's putting pressure on the housing supply. And therefore, demand goes up, prices go up. So if we don't work hard to close the gap in terms of that middle class, those housing pressures is going to continue to escalate over the next period. Workforce development profile. This is a lot of information, but just look at that top line. Paycheck jobs. That's not middle class, folks. Working at Taco Bell, et cetera. But that could be the beginning steps to a middle class, a middle income type job. But look at the line that goes across from opportunity jobs to career jobs. But the line that is highlighted was barriers. And we talked about it this morning. We'll continue to talk about it until we start to get the community together to address these barriers. Housing instability, criminal justice involvement, lack of hard skills or soft skills. You hear about child care, transportation, limited guidance, career jobs. You need a little bit more time in terms of going to school and pursuing an extended education. I met with Dr. Diedemeyer a couple of weeks ago, and she said she's willing to truncate some of the courses. Rather than 18 months, maybe 12 months. Rather than 12 months, maybe 6 months. But there are partners out there who are willing to try to work with us to make sure that we can get people the type of education to be successful. I drive by Siemens every morning, and for the last decade, Siemens has had welders, machinists, and millwright workers. Okay, and coming across Shopton Road, probably 60% of the driver's license tags going into Siemens are from South Carolina. Okay. Somebody talked about a map. I said, let me go show this map. When I was around here early on, it was called a wedge. That's why when I first started with the county, people said crescents. I said, what do you mean by crescent? I never heard of a crescent. We've gone from a wedge to a crescent. Dr. Chetty says 27 years. So in 2034, I don't know what the map's going to look like if we don't intervene as a community at this particular point. So I would say to my colleagues, there is a widening gap. We have that opportunity in leadership positions with the county and with the city and with the state. What is the solution? My solution, and hopefully you will also agree, is an upward mobility residential academy. We purchased the old Graham Street site from Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. There are a lot of schools. Had we purchased the Wilmore School and some other schools, you could probably have a park in the South End or down in that part. But Upward Mobility Academy is where you would get youngsters, and it's probably about 700 youngsters, and Dr. Washington, correct me if I'm wrong, about 700 kids from age 13 to 19 have birthed every year in Mecklenburg County, and from about age 20 to 24, you have about 2,000. And that's been consistent from 20, 21, 22. I don't have 23 yet, and I don't know if 24 is out. But what do you think if we grab some youngsters that are 19 years old with a brand new baby that comes to Medicaid or get WIC, and they find themselves in a residential facility where they can get health care, affordable housing is taken care of, Central Piedmont's on campus, after school, before school, child care is there, life navigation is there. You're solving several things. One, the family is not going to have a lot of juvenile delinquents, Commissioner Dunlap, but you also will have opportunities in that particular facility so that their health care needs will be taken care of, their child care needs will be taken care of, and you're up and out. It's a contractual agreement with the individual resident, and if that's something that they're not interested in later, they can get back in line in terms of housing for all the other programs that are here in Mecklenburg County, the county supports, as well as the city of Charlotte. It's different because some of the programs today are voluntary. There's no commitment to do the work. This would have to be reflected in the individual residents doing the work. Some people would say it's tough love, but it's about time we start doing tough love if we're going to make a difference. So I'm going through because I want to try to answer your questions, and my time is up there. Okay, already. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry it went over, but
No,
I had a lot to say.
No, that's fine. We actually went over 10 minutes on the last block. So this is what I'd like to do, colleagues. We do have a break after this. There's about 15 minutes for comments or questions. What I am going to ask is people truncate it. And that's cool. Truncate it as best you can so that we will take our break at 2:30. So I'm asking for a minute-ish for comments or questions. Who, can I see, show of hands, who has something? Commissioner Townsend Ingram, then Commissioner Dunlap, and Commissioner Powell, Commissioner Leek.
Thank you. I think you know that most of us, look to your wisdom and the information that you've gathered, certainly over the years. And this is not for anybody to answer right now, but just some things that I saw from, one, being a parent, two, being a professional who I did not realize. I didn't know I was in the Alice community all my life. And three, teaching in CMS and being a parent, there are some things that I think that just we kind of miss. The reality and the perception are just kind of two different things. I think that, in my opinion, CMS is stuck with preparing and measuring our kids for something that the world does not measure. They're not preparing them adequately because they have to be measured on something else according to state standards. So that's one thing. The other thing is, and this is some kind of a cycle that I've been stuck on myself, even if you're a professional, and I want to see the gap between, the racial gap between white and black who have professional degrees, whether it's a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, or doctorate, between the races, just the disparities there. I won't even tell you the maximum amount of income that I've made with my 3 degrees in my years, and it's because you get in this situation where you need to take the job that you can find to deal with the socioeconomic issues that you have right at that moment to take care of your family. So you take what you can get. There's no such thing as negotiating your salary up. So you get stuck in this wheel. And then by the time you're in it, you can't train for more. You can't, there are so many variables that you have to use. But those are my observations. And I'm not sure, I don't know if there's really a question in there other than the fact that there's so much work to do.
Well, I would say the Upward Mobility Residential Academy would be available for people who are not receiving those services, but the classes and programs would be there, so that it's not just that group of individuals, but it's something for the community if space was available. So if people wanted to upskill and didn't have the cash, we probably would be able to serve them at that facility as well as the residents. The other piece on education, I'm at the yield to my colleagues. We haven't been able to get MEC pre-K, so college and career readiness, I'm not sure.
Commissioner Dunlap.
Yeah, I think one of the questions that I've been wanting an answer to, Arthur, is, well, let me just say this. Oftentimes, people who have been here historically, like yourself, talk about the crescent and the wedge. And so when I think about those communities, for those of us who've been here, I can recall when Hidden Valley was an all-white community. It is turned historically black, and it is now turning back the other way. North Charlotte, the NODA community, Davidson, was a white community. And then during urban renewal, it became a black community because the blacks were forced out of uptown. And so when you still see these changes in communities like that, when we refer to the wedge and the crescent, are we still talking about the same people?
You are talking in terms of the numbers, in terms of the majority numbers, they're in transition now. Okay? The wedge edges are in transition. You don't have a lot of people moving on Catherine Simmons Avenue, for example. But you do have people moving on to Beatties Ford Road. So those are changing, but I think you can still categorize them as crescent and wedge, because one slide I didn't put in here, but I'll send it to all of you. It has the zip codes of everybody that's on food stamps, Work First, WIC, low energy, et cetera. And that wedge swings all the way out towards the university. So the rest, the crescent really is moving. It's a moving target right now, George. But I'll send to all of the board members the slide that has the zip codes for everybody that's on those benefit slide.
Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Thank you for your passion. I love it when you talk about tough love and high expectations because we need more of that. And I love when you're talking about all these investments that we've made, like in the BIPs and the TIGs and all the things. I love acronyms sometimes. All the things that the very wealthy corporate entities want from us. And the fact that anyone would check the no box is disturbing. And, you know, Commissioner Altman also talked about this earlier, and Roger. You know, there's, by law, we can only say that we can only have these certain requirements. For the past couple of years, we've done way better. Like we've said what's important to us. If you want this from us, you know, we want something from you. Like show your willingness to be a good partner in Mecklenburg County. Show your willingness to commit to the things that the community needs. And so when Commissioner Altman was talking earlier, like we are an economic engine for the state. We are huge for the state of North Carolina. We can't just lay down and just be the same as every other county. We have to be creative. We have to have tough love. We have to have higher expectations. And so keep talking about that because I'm with you. I'd like to see a map. You showed a 1970 map and a 2007 map. I'd like to see a 2024 map, if we could see that sometime. But thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, but I do give credit to Dr. Johnson, Roger, and his team. At least they've moved some of that to Section 2.5, where they're saying, will you hire local? And it's up to them now to get the information back to us as to who's hiring local.
I give credit to everyone. Like it takes a team to make this stuff happen, and thanks for the willingness. And you know, everybody has different skill set. I like how you dive into the data like you do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee.
Let me thank my seat partner here and my school board chairperson when we served together. Thank you, Arthur, for the information that you shared with us. When you said Seaman, I remember taking 4 young graduates from law school at Chapel Hill to get a job at Seaman. 2 of them were white, in my car with me driving, you know that? And 2 were black. One was Mr. Freeman's son, and I took them out there because they were advertising for workers. They wouldn't interview them. Said they didn't have the time that afternoon to do that. So a lot of times we are confronted with other negatives or threats people sometimes feel when your level of education may be equally as high or higher than those who are already there. But they were very disappointed in not being able to even be interviewed that afternoon after we had made arrangements for them to go. I took them out there, I think my first or second year on the county commissioners looking for jobs for those young brothers. And I call them brothers because we were in the car together and we were looking to provide for them to move beyond the middle class. We don't have a middle class anymore. When you talk about politics and you talk about economics, we have a long ways to go. We don't even, I was listening to a program talking about budgeting and how we as a people have not been taught about budgeting or even transferring monies to the next generation of our children because we have not lived to even have those kind of jobs. So thank you for sharing that information with us. My time is up. And thank you so much for being who you are and what you are.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just was wanting to find out, was that last page about the Upward Mobility Residential Academy, is that like something that you're thinking you would like to see happen? That's like an idea of, hey, can we find a property and have all of these?
As you recall, Commissioner, when we were having the debate about the Graham Street site, I was saying, wow, that would be a great opportunity because we could gut it, convert it into residential apartments, create the learning spaces that would be necessary for the life navigation and social work and health care. That campus is perfect for that, and it solves several of our issues. One is affordable housing, certainly in terms of health care for young mothers, and usually, and I don't know this for a fact, but if there are mothers with young boys, an opportunity to make sure those kids doesn't end up in the juvenile delinquency ranks. So that was a thought that I had that I would love for all of my colleagues and the manager to consider, but with all the other priorities, I'm still going to advocate for that. We'll see where it comes out.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right.
Let me come back to Commissioner Dunlap.
So real question, Mr. Manager, at some point, we're going to report on the work that Lashondra and her team did on that property. Are we not prepared for that yet?
Not prepared today, no.
Okay.
But I do want to hit you right on Commissioner SRM's question. I too had a similar inquiry whether or not this is a concept that currently exists in some other jurisdiction that you came across, or this is solely interests that you have and would like staff to further explore. Are there some other cities that have a similar model?
I'd have to look and see. My research is here locally. I served on the board of the Renaissance West Community Initiative off of West Boulevard. I was involved with them as they were putting that together. I think Laura Clark was a staff person who kind of put those things together. The concept was we would get the school system to build a school, we would get the private sector to build a daycare center, and we would get the housing authority and developers to build nice brand new apartments and a community center. The concept was that all of those pieces would be there. What they forgot was how do you get the residents to participate? And so the challenge now is I can't get residents to participate because they're enjoying the school, they're enjoying a nice new apartment, they're enjoying daycare. So why do I need to do anything else? I think if we do the tough love and just say, hey, look, we're looking for get you into career jobs, I think people will still sign up for that. But I'll look and see if Brown Institute and others have this model, but it's just going off of lessons learned here in Mecklenburg County off of West Boulevard right now. Okay?
So before you go, Arthur, I do want to offer a comment or a thought before we go to break. One, outstanding presentation. Support everything that you're suggesting. I do think that there's a role for the private sector in this academy, a huge role, and that would be really helpful. But the other thing that I also want to, because in my presentation, I did this, and sometimes when we see these presentations and we tee up and we talk about the disproportional nature of the disparities, I think sometimes we create this narrative, and I'm not saying you did this, Arthur, I'm just talking just generally. I know that I do this. But I think sometimes we create this narrative, particularly when we're talking about African-American community and families, that I don't know if we really level set on the scale of what we're trying to solve to. And I mean it in these terms. When you look at the African-American community here, about 14%, and please staff correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this number is fairly accurate. About 14% of the African-American community actually lives in poverty, would be considered living in poverty, somewhere in that range, I believe. But even if we said it was 20%, that's 20% too much. But it also doesn't lend itself to the fact that we have a lot of upwardly mobile families, a lot of people in the missing middle, that we can move into other buckets as well. So we're solving to that 20% number. To me, it's a heavy lift, but it's not as heavy as sometimes the narrative would make it seem like 80% of African-American families are impoverished or not taking advantage of what we have in the community or not doing well. And so I only say that to say is that I'm trying to be more mindful about the narratives that we push out there, because sometimes we're pushing out this level of scale that may not be completely accurate. I think the disproportionality in what we see in the data is one thing, but the scale is also something else that I think we should be a little bit more mindful of as we are approaching all of these subjects. So that's just my thought on it.
No, I think you're spot on. But as we look at the community, whether it's white or black, Hispanic or whatever, you look at the health of a community.
Right. That's right.
And when you look at some of the institutions that may be impacted for one reason or the other, I picked the black church, for example. Not only people are not attending as often, but folk don't have as much money to put in the plate.
Right. That's
So
right.
you look at institutions, whether it's a white community, black community, Jewish community, any community, how do we keep the institutions healthy? Because the institutions are the ones that are going to provide services that government and private sector is not doing.
Sure.
So I'm kind of looking holistically from that perspective to make sure there's enough oomph there so that institutions can be healthy, so that the communities could be healthy. Now, just last this, now you say you have to go. But coming out of segregation here in Mecklenburg County, when the schools desegregated, Mr. Chairman, the kids who were ready to go prior to desegregation, we had kids going to Harvard, MIT, all those places, but it was like onesies and twosies. When schools desegregated, those kids who were ready took advantage of all those wonderful opportunities and just soared. And so if we had people ready, then they'll have the choice of soaring or doing what they want to do. It's about choices and not mandatory moving widgets on a board. Thank you very much, y'all.
Thank you. All right, everybody, let's take a break. We'll come back at 2:45. Mr. Carter, we're going to go ahead and get started. Our last presentation for the day is coming from Commissioner from District 2. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Leek. Here it is.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Stand up for me just a minute. Just stand up for me. You need the exercise. Thank you. I have two wonderful people with me this afternoon, and I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves themselves because they know about themselves better than I do. Introduce yourselves.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I am LaShonda Hart. I am the Interim Director of Housing and Community Development.
Hey everyone, I'm Samantha Cutinello. I'm the Facility Maintenance Manager for the county and also help manage the Critical Home Repair Program.
Let me first say thank you to the manager of this great organization and to our chairperson, who is first of all a father, a husband, and a son. We appreciate you, son. Thank you for your leadership. Is anybody listening? Does anybody care? And we're at the end of the day, and I'm not going to hold you long because I'm tired too. But I want to first thank the manager for his idea of affording us the opportunity to be before you and to share with you our concerns, because we have not had an opportunity to really do dialogue as a board and as we ought to. Many of us are long-winded. 3 minutes is just not enough. We just get cranked up. Many of us are short-winded, and we resent those who talk a long time because I want you to sit down and be quiet. But I'm going to get started now. I was at West Charlotte Recreation Center about 6 years ago. And while there, the seniors were there, senior citizens. How many senior citizens do we have in this room today? Don't be ashamed to say it, because some of you resent people with age, and you talk about us and say we can't remember anything, that we got Alzheimer's, and you do it in Washington, D.C. Yeah, I brought it up, but we'll still bring it up. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Chairman. So right now, I want you to know that the idea hit me because there were many, many senior women at this affair, and they were complaining about the condition of their homes. And I thought, what can we do as a county and provide them with the resources needed to help to correct and make life just a little bit better for them within the confines of their homes. After that meeting, I thought about it, and I said, we're going to start something new, and that is critical home repair for you, because you have given your lives, you've sacrificed, raised your families, and now you are in need of support. So what can the county do to make life just a little bit better for you? So when I said that, many of them began to talk about what the problems were. It was the front porch. It was needing flooring in the kitchen. One family had a husband who was critically ill. She did not have hot water, and she didn't have a clean facility with which she was residing in. So I said to her, wait until after this meeting that we're having now, and we will talk about what we can provide for you and your family later. So I called it Critical Home Facilities Repairs. And the first person to call me after we talked about it was Calvin Brown's wife, who was an attorney and a great Omega man, honest man, who was at this meeting. And the first thing she said to me, Leek, I need my gutters cleaned out. I said, you don't need a back porch? You don't need any windows? You don't need anything else? She said, no, I just need my gutters cleaned out. I said, well, write it on paper, put your name, your age, and your address. But there has to be some stipulations as to how you can qualify for the county to do this, because we're asking for the budget to be changed to add us $2 the budget so that we can provide those services for you. So in that process, Dina saw fit to name this young lady as its leader. And what was the title that she gave you?
Affordable Housing Program Manager,
And what did the new manager give you?
Interim Director, Office of Housing and Community Development.
Did you hear what she said? Thank you. Let me say thank you to him for affording you that opportunity. Now, young lady, tell us who you are.
I'm Samantha Cutinello. I'm the Facility Maintenance Manager for the county and also assist in managing the program for critical home repairs.
Isn't that wonderful? Two wonderful young women who heads this program with us and for us. So at this time, I'm going to say again, it was not just about what was wrong with the homes, but it was the feeling that they were in need and who was going to help them. Their lives had been spent, as I stated, helping their families to provide for themselves, getting a decent job. Several of those women has worked as house cleaners. Many of them had received their homes from their husbands who had passed or either was ill. But those were one of the same issues that all of them had, was to make sure that they had some criteria by which they had to meet to make sure they were eligible for this process. So if you tell us what those criteria are.
Okay, so currently Mecklenburg County went under an RFP for the current fiscal year, and we have 4 vendors that we work with. We work with Habitat Charlotte Region, we work with Greater Matthews Habitat, we work with Rebuilding Together, and then our newest vendor is She Built This City. So throughout the RFP process, they were selected. We had others that did apply. Through that selection then comes actually rolling out the scope of work that they've been doing. We've been doing critical home repair now for 6 years. And so each agency has their application process. They also have their pipeline. This work is so very important that it's waitlisted. And so they all have their respective processes of how they reach out to the individuals that have applied. They actually then, once they're approved, they go through a walkthrough process. Samantha, you want to share what the walkthrough process is once the vendor gets there to the house?
So once the vendor gets once the vendors get the application, they will go to the home, speak with the resident, and see what the critical needs are for their home. Once they talk to other vendors, subcontractors, and things, they will create a scope of work, which then is where my team becomes involved, and we do a pre-walk with the critical home repair vendor so that we can see what work is being requested for the county to pay for, and so that we have some pre-job photos. We can make sure permits, inspections, those kinds of things are handled right, because our biggest goal for AFM and critical home repair is to make sure that our community is being taken care of in a proper way and that the work is being done the best way it needs to be, and that we're leaving them with a much better situation than what they came to us for help with.
At this time, I'm going to say to you that we have helped 450 households with the critical care process. How much has it cost us, Mr. Treasurer, if you have that information?
So I believe that we talked about that today, and it's about $9.3 million over the last.
Say it louder so they can.
$9.3 million is how much we have spent on critical home repair since we started the program.
Already we have spent $9.3 million in this process. And hopefully we will not vote it down, but continue to provide the services that's needed for our people within the confines of Mecklenburg County specifically. And to say 450 households, I'm not sure how many houses, but that's the number of homes that we were able to service. The other part that we want to add to that is to continue the process. Now, we talked about what it is and what happens. You may have some questions is how did you find the need for doing this? I said that. We do a lot of talking. My thing is to come up with action. So you've heard the actions already. We've serviced 450 homes already, and there's a waiting list of 300 or more now waiting to be serviced. So I'm asking us to consider maintaining that program, and hopefully that these persons who have given their service to this community and making sure that their community is safe and that their community this community cares enough about them to leave them within the confines of their homes. Anything else you want to add to this?
So the families that are assisted are low to moderate income. Majority of those families are seniors. The majority numbers reflect those seniors that are widowers, that are females. But this program also helps individuals that need ADA access and individuals that may be disabled.
Anything you'd like to share with us?
I don't believe so at the moment. It sounds like you guys covered it pretty well.
Well, is it hard to find those who are capable of fulfilling the responsibility of doing the work?
It is very hard to find contractors or vendors who want to get into this type of work, mainly because a lot of the homes you're dealing with are older. There has to be a lot of lead-based testing, things like that, and then you have to do the remediation work. So we're trying to work with some different agencies to see what we can do to kind of streamline that process and try to get some more contractors in the area interested in joining us to hopefully do more homes.
Also, I would like to add, with the help of public information, they were able to create a critical home repair site. So if anyone goes to Google and put in Mecklenburg County Critical Home Repair, you will find the agencies that we contract with, their contact information, and a summary of the work that we do. Thanks, Suzette.
And also stating it's not apartments. These have to be individually owned homes, and they have to have their name on the dotted line saying that their property actually belongs to them and not someone else. Anything else we need to add?
I believe that covers the highlights.
I'm not going to waste your time. We've talked about what the issue is, what the process is. We've given you a solution to our problem. So what you have to do is put your right hand up now. Please, put your right hand up. Thank you. 2 people supported. So we are saying thank you to those 2 individuals who will vote with us in the process of maintaining that program. I'm going to say to you that all of my life has been spent in service. When you were talking about critical homes, I thought about Little Rock Apartments. My late husband built those apartments in 1970. And in the process of building those, it was fitted for those whom we actually speak about today. So I'm so happy to still be alive after 5, saying these things to those with whom I work. Anything else we need to say, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we have some questions.
But before you do your questions, I meant to say to my manager,
Oh, excuse me.
I want to thank him. One student that he has followed was residing in Little Rock Apartments as he followed that young man, took care of he and his family. And I was glad to know that that young man's family lived in Little Rock Apartments. All right, Mr. Chairman, you got it. Roll it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Leek, and to both of you as well. So we're going to start with Commissioner Dunlap, Commissioner Meyer, then Commissioner Griffin.
So when this program started, there was one issue in particular, and then that issue was what takes place outside the home and whether or not they can do these repairs. I think it might have been even Commissioner Jarrell who brought it up, where a senior had a tree that was in disrepair and could potentially fall on the house, which would produce a critical issue. The question is, did we ever resolve how we're going to deal with that? And whether or not it's going to be covered under critical home repair, and then whether or not there are limits to the amount that you spend per house because some homes I visited, I mean, are really serious repair, where the joists under the house are in disrepair, which the floor and the subfloor and all that. So talk more about that.
Absolutely. So to address your first question, tree removal is not part of critical home repair, and the agency partner told us that was something that they do not do on the outside, is remove the trees. So I think they did make that clear and communicate, Chair, today. Did you get that communication then?
I did get that communication. I don't want to cut in Commissioner
Okay.
Dunlap's time, but I'll speak to that.
Go ahead.
Well, I did get the communication. To be candid, I'm disconnected on why we can't have find another partner that would be able to assist with that. Again, it's this idea of prevention. So if that tree falls on the house, then it's going to cost us 3 times as much to really help. And really, there's a safety issue that we know about, and that cost of tree removal is such a huge barrier to the senior that I was trying to help. So I didn't understand why we can't find a partner that just does that work or any work as it relates to there may be a need on the footprint of that property to help maintain it. So
I think that that'll be a good action item for us to check into, because in addition to having critical home repair, there can be forces outside of the home that could cause there to be a critical home repair in the event that that happens.
But that would be left strictly up to this board to make that decision in terms of voting more funds may be necessary for the process. So you would make that decision.
Okay, what was your second question, Commissioner Dunlap?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
There was a limit or cap.
Yes, so currently there is a cap of $35,000 per home, and that has been the cap since we've been doing this for the past 6 years. So notably, there should be an increase in this cap because expenses, they rise up, and our critical home repair agency partners would really be able to appreciate that. So I did have a conversation with the city to determine what their cap was, and they're up to $50,000. So that's very important to note that.
Thank you.
All right, I think I saw a couple other hands up.
we're going to go Commissioner Meyer, Griffin, Townsend, Ingram.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the agencies that we partner with accept volunteers to do these repairs?
No.
They do, and then they have like a formal like training program, because like with Habitat for Humanity, I know they do it on the home ownership side. With the critical home repair, there is some training that they have to do before they, allow someone to work with them to do it and have the necessarily credentials. Do you want to add to that?
I believe it's important to add too that, especially as of late, we make sure that even if it's volunteers doing the work, there's a licensed general contractor who is overseeing everything to ensure that code, North Carolina law, whatever ordinances, code inspection needs to be completed, it is being completed correctly. So it's not, just people who want to help. They're being supervised by somebody who's a professional and knows what needs to be done.
So would you say that half of the work is being done by volunteers? Do you
She
know?
didn't say they were done by volunteers.
How many, out of the projects that we do, say, in a year?
So I would have to get that information and get that to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Griffin.
I think it's a phenomenal program. I hope we take a look at the 35,000, limit to see if it can be increased because of the cost of repairing, gutters and windows and those type of things and floor joists. The second part is there may be an opportunity, not for sure, to train some young people, 19 years old or 18 years old, how to do some of those repairs. Maybe help them get into a business so they can be insured and bonded and might be able to do things independently, because there's a lot of old houses in Mecklenburg County.
So when I check with the agencies to see what they do in that volunteer space, I'll find out what type of programs they have that exist where they possibly could be doing that now.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Townsend, Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a phenomenal program. I have 2 questions. One, is there both an age and an income limit? And if so, what is the percentage of AMI? And then two, does the person have to own the home, or is it also that they're renting? Because I know a lot of, particularly elderly people, they're living in dwellings that are unsafe, and the landlords will not fix them up or can't fix them up because they don't have the income to do it. Yeah, those are my questions.
That was one of the stipulations, that you had to own your property. We're not fixing up someone else's property, but the property that's owned by the individual that lives within the confines of the home.
And then what is the income and age requirements or limit as it relates to AMI and age?
So our combined household income is not to exceed 80% of the area median income is set by HUD. And currently there is no age limit. We did set a goal in this RFP process to try to target more of the senior citizens, but there's not a cutoff age for the county to help. It's more about that medium income, because we've recently gotten a lot of single mothers, single fathers who also need the help, and so if we put an age on it, it makes things difficult.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell and Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So did I hear you say is there a waiting list right now of 350? Or did you say something about 350 were waiting?
There is a wait list. I do not have the individual numbers for those agencies to know. It's just we do not have enough of agencies to do this great work. And so there is a pipeline that exists.
Okay. And I also think I heard you say the city has a similar program. And so how do folks decide whether the county is going to do their repair or the city?
So the city also funds the same vendors that we fund. So we keep in communications with each other to ensure that there is not an overlap and we have more of alignment. There are conversations that we're currently having to just see about having one point of entry for applications so that seniors are not completing multiple applications and there's not an overlap of work that's happening. So there is work to be done to ensure the alignment, but we are working together. Now, the city also has an emergency critical home repair program. So if something were to happen within 24 to 48 hours, a call can be made. When that call is made, they're able to come out and assist. They also work with code enforcement. So if individuals from code enforcement go to a home that needs to be critical, it's critical and there needs repairs, they actually do that.
All right, thank you. I didn't raise my hand, Commissioner Lee, because I thought it might be a trick. But I raise my hand now.
Thank you. I can depend on you. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. So the homeowner they have to own the home.
It means exactly that.
Do they have to have insurance?
Must have insurance.
Okay. And you were talking about it, how sometimes you go in there and there's a surprise, like some kind of mitigation you have to do. What is the biggest expense? Because when you divide it out, it comes out to $21,660 per house. So what is the biggest expense there?
So as far as remediation work, the biggest expense that we see is usually the lead paint. As far as overall critical home repair, the biggest expense and what we see a lot of is roofs.
Roofing, okay. And you know what else would be good to know, because this is important, it keeps people from being displaced, is what is the cost, what is the cost of not doing it? Not doing it. I think that's something that is important, because I think that's a lot bigger than the cost of doing it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speak up. Any other comments? Any questions from staff? You might have parents who live and not able to, so you're a part of the process. Any other comments?
So, Commissioner, let me add one
sorry.
thing.
Go right
No,
ahead.
no worries. Great presentation, great information. Obviously, I think, Mr. Manager, is something that the board continues to support. So thank you for your leadership on that, and thank you for your work that you guys are doing. The thing that I would be really interested in is really seeing that side-by-side comparison with the city and what they do, because I believe they do things related to like HVAC and some other components, but I'm not sure. I want to be careful what I put into the room, but I would like to see a level of alignment or what a comparison. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, I do have that documentation. A consultant came in and had thorough conversations with myself, with Samantha, another member of her team, and the city. And we did the side-by-side comparison. And this hence when we came into, we need to have one application process.
That was where I was going with that, LaShonda. I think the one application is important, but also that emergency piece, I think is critical. If you have a senior, somebody who's disabled, or any resident that has an emergency situation that could qualify under this, I think we should have that mechanism. So
thank you.
I will leave it there, but thank you for this information. I think it's very helpful.
Let me say thank you to these two young ladies who worked diligently with me, hardly getting any rest from bothering with me, calling them late at night and early in the morning. So again, thank you, Mr. Manager, for affording us the opportunity.
Thank you for your presentation. Really.
Thank you. So, Mr. Manager, I know we're ahead of time. There's a couple things that I'd like to do, and we still will get out of here early. So the first thing that I'd like to do is I want to open up to the board for a level of open dialogue. Is there any level feedback, things you had a chance to think about, wanted to just put in the room, share from any of the presentations today, or just feedback? And then, Mr. Manager, if you deem it appropriate, would love to take 5 minutes to hear from any staff that has comments or feedback as well, and it'll still keep us on time. But right now, I want to open up to my colleagues. We'll go with Commissioner Dunlap first, and we're just going to do a couple of minutes each. I mean, it's not, that's fine.
So one of the things that I didn't talk a lot about in the research about dealing with young people was the fact that they use recreation facilities as a place for young people to get engaged. I would, not that I would want to cramp the style of Park and Rec, but it would be interesting to know how much time rented out versus how much time the public has, because I am certain that would cost some money, and it'd be interesting to know what the financial impact would be if we cut back on the amount of time that we rented out. For example, one of the things that communities did was gaming is a big thing now. A lot of young people into gaming. But they could use a room at a recreation facility. There are organizations, or at least one that I've spoken with, that would be willing to fund a gaming room so that young people would have access to that. Right now, we don't have a place. So that would be something to find out before we start doing something with Park and Rec. You want to know the impact or the implications before you did something like that.
So thank you for that comment. I'll respond this way. Nick and I and Dr. Johnson have talked on numerous occasions, and what I will tell you is he has a lot of great ideas regarding programming from his experiences in Memphis, as well as other jurisdictions and the associations that he is a part of, to address the very concern that you presented this afternoon. And as we go through our budget cycle and through our public policy workshop meeting, we'll be bringing that forward, but he is tracking with you.
Anybody else had anything? Commissioner Powell?
So I was really glad you brought up the emergency critical home repair, because I had a call in the past year where a senior had a broken water heater and the city was on top of it like within 48 hours. So it is something to think about. On one of your slides, there was a the words land banking, which I think is super dangerous to put it that way. Like, I think like land acquisition with a purpose, because taxpayers want to know that we're buying land with a purpose. And so a lot of people, I'm hearing that thrown around throughout the nation as a way to use like different municipalities, county government to use land in the way that they want to use it versus what we bought it for. And so like I think the best way to say it is strategic land acquisition for affordable housing. At least people would know that that's the intention for that land. Because, you know, as a taxpayer, I want to know how my tax dollars are spent, but I think a lot of people do. And so I just wanted to point that out. And then I don't know what Nick has up his sleeve, but I have heard community feedback from communities with youth beyond just gaming, where they would like to have access to some of the facilities at a later time, like later at night or on Sunday evenings or times where it's not really used. And so I think that Park and Rec is a great partner in every way for community building, and that could help. Thank you. And the ding or dang.
Commissioner Leek.
I have another issue that I want to present. This deals with young people who have aged out of being in homes. And I've met with 2 college presidents here at the government center. And one was at Livingstone College, and one was the president from Clinton College in Rock Hill, South Carolina, which states that they will provide housing for those students who will be first-year college students. During the holidays, they will provide for them to stay on campus and also provide them with meal tickets that would take care of them through the holidays also. So they would have no expenses for tuition for school. So those were 3 things. And I'm going to talk, he's coming back to meet with me again in a committee in a couple of weeks. He too is in need of physical help, and he's struggling to survive. He's on a machine for 8 hours a day, but he is still working as president of Livingstone College and providing for those students. So I felt good about that in terms of meeting with him and to find out that he was willing to, and we met with the school system who have graduates from high school here in Mecklenburg County. So I was speaking for students here in our high school who will be going into college who have aged out of housing otherwise. So that was the other issue I had. And the last thing I wanted to say, that my seniors who have not finished high school, my seniors who have not finished college but dropped out of college, to get back in and be reinstated and to complete their work to become college graduates or high school graduates, and we're working on that.
Thank you. We go with Commissioner Griffin.
And thank you.
Yeah, two points of interest. Mr. Manager, you indicated that you're going to be meeting with your counterparts about excess land or surplus land. In the old days, there was an interlocal agreement between the city, county, and the school system to share that information on a regular basis. The staff person at the time was Deborah Campbell. She's the manager up in Asheville now.
She's actually retired.
But there should be some historical data somewhere for you to get a hold of as you move forward. That's the one. The second piece is at some point, I'm not really sure how to do this, to review the practice that limits folks from talking to the superintendent. I'd love to sit down and chat with the superintendent, not from an adversarial perspective, but to share historical pieces and see if there are some things where it might be helpful. But that was just a practice, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Miles, where we just get some firsthand information and move forward, because it is. If you just look at the data, we need to figure something out. Okay.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Number one, City Manager Deborah Campbell over in Nashville announced her retirement at the end of this calendar.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So she'll be retiring. And also thank you for the context regarding the interlocal agreement. Didn't have any awareness of that. However, I will say that there is a willingness, a mutual interest between my two counterparts, City Manager and Superintendent, to share that information and collaborate on how it can be utilized amongst the three of us. More to come on that.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say I think this has been a great first day, and I really appreciate my colleagues and their passions, and I think it's really great to be able to hear this little bit of longer time for everyone, and so I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and our manager for putting this together, and just having this as your brainchild. So thank you.
Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
I want to echo that, second that. This has been really great. So much information. So this has been a great first day. And particularly with Commissioner Dunlap, your presentation on youth and violence. For some time now, I have a friend who is requested around the country, around the U.S., been to the White House several times, to present about, and that's what he completed his dissertation on, is the mental health of specific young black boys. And he wanted to ask if I would be able, or I'm asking, is there an opportunity for him to present to a portion of the board or HHS portion, any of them? He'll be here in December, but I just thought about that when you did your presentation, because I think that he has some ideas and some programs that have worked elsewhere, and he has some specific information as it relates to young black men and violence. So if there's an opportunity for that, I would welcome it.
Well, let's talk to the manager about that and get some more information, make sure it's appropriate for, and I'm sure it is. Let me go to Commissioner Meyer. Well, were trying to respond to her?
No, I was responding.
Oh, no, all right, I'm coming back to the back end then. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Something you said today, Commissioner Jarrell, when you said, without housing, what do we have? It kind of starts with that. And I'm just realizing how interconnected everything is, everything we're talking about. Without our mental health, what do we have? Without food, without education, without health access, what do we have? So
Without senior citizens.
without our senior citizen. Well, and everything's so interconnected, and I think this kind of highlights that. And I really appreciate your work on this, and manager as well, and Adrian, thank you for everything.
Yep.
And LaShawn. LaShawn, thank you for the organizing it. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Dunlap.
Two things. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to those staff persons who supported my presentation. I forgot to do that. The other thing is, Mr. Manager, I wanted to support your notion of I don't know what y'all term it, land banking, land sharing, or what have you. But when you said you had already talked to the city manager and the superintendent, all kinds of thoughts went through my head, because as Arthur stated earlier, we purchased more land than was necessary for schools in hopes that it could be used for affordable housing. And so if you partner with the school board, that means we don't have to pay for the land. If all of you, and it will be for more community benefit.
So, Commissioner, you had something?
I was just going to add also about the land situation. As chairman of the school board, this was Arthur Griffin's idea to make that a part of our agenda on the school board, and we voted overwhelmingly, those who were present. And there were 9 of us, and all of us voted to make sure that we supported that process, and we thought it was in place. But then when we hear we can't talk to the superintendent, we can't talk to members of the school system, we're out of order, something's wrong with the system. I'm elected by the people, so I can talk to whomever I want to talk to.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just point of clarity.
Sure.
Given that this is a public meeting, I don't want to get ahead of my two counterparts because obviously they'll have conversations with their governing bodies. The point again I want to make is just there's a mutual interest to have the conversation. There's no commitments on how they would utilize the land, CMS or the city. We'll explore that together. That level of discussion has not occurred, but at this point, there is a mutual consensus to compile our list of land and talk about what are the potential as it relates to the various needs that we have.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Manager. And so staff, we'll give you guys an opportunity tomorrow. We're going to allow the manager to get the last comments, but I do want to say thank you to my colleagues. I thought this was a very productive day. I hope it was enlightening and I hope it was helpful to go deeper into these areas that we're passionate about. I appreciate the respect and the dialogue, and I want us to carry this over to tomorrow. So before I put us in recess, I'll throw it to the manager, and then LaShawn can close us out.
Sure. Before I close with my remarks, I know LaShawn has a comment he wants to make. So.
Yeah, so a couple things. Thank you again, Mr. Manager, and also thank you, Chair, and the rest of the board. I want to thank you all for leaning in today. I know this was a first opportunity, and you all demonstrated not only your knowledge, but also your passion and communicated it in breathtaking ways. And so I'm excited to see what tomorrow looks like. I'm sure I'll be saying this again, but thank you all for really demonstrating what it means to lead. I'm sure your constituents are proud. One point of kind of addition to the conversation, and I think it's something that you said, Mr. Chair, is that particularly as we talk about the Black community, there's one thing that I did want to share is that going beyond recognition of how underrepresented people of color may be in our community, we should always speak to the fact that they're also underestimated, because the power that exists in those communities is often undervalued, underestimated, and it limits the capacity of innovation that we can invite and introduce into those communities, because we do not take into account all of the skills and all the assets that exist in those very neighborhoods. Wanted to say that. And then lastly, I want to thank our subject matter experts. As you probably noticed throughout the course of today, we had many, many experts across this county come in and support these presentations. They are the ones that make this work go. They are the ones that demonstrate the knowledge, the skills, the expertise that provide the services to our community. And so I just really want to encourage and thank, one, you all for being so collaborative, but also them for bringing their skills and expertise to this conversation. It only enhanced the level of depth and quality of what we've seen today, and I'm sure that's going to be true tomorrow. So thank you all for today, and I just appreciate the opportunity to serve.
Thank you, Sean. I'm going to save my thank yous for the team tomorrow as part of my wrap-up, but I could not agree more in terms of what has been said by the board. Thank you for recognizing their contributions to today. I'm totally impressed in terms of the presentation that were made today. As Sean kept me informed with your preparation and your meetings with our SMEs, our subject matter experts, although I'm impressed, I'm not surprised with how this turned out. So well done today, and I too look forward to the presentations tomorrow as well. Although I'm going to save my thank yous for tomorrow, I do want to just give a shout out. Dr. Leslie Johnson is not with us today. Some of you may know she's in D.C. With her mother. Her mother is celebrating her 95th birthday. I believe it's today. So just a special shout out to Ms. Vernice Johnson. She tends to watch these meetings from time to time with Leslie. Leslie is texting and watching all of that. So I just do want to acknowledge that she's not here because of a personal family commitment that she made in advance of this meeting being set. In terms of just recap, and I'll make this fast, the team, we're taking copious notes. We have a lot of notes in hand, but I did make some notes in terms of common themes from your presentations this morning, beginning with affordable housing, where there are some consensus, as it was first stated with the freshman four, going back to 2018, 2019, when you all came in. You identified affordable housing as a priority, and you stuck to that. You made it very clear that housing is the platform or every other social outcome. Affordable housing is not mandated, but your view is that it's essential. As it relates to workforce development, it was called out that the workforce system is fragmented, and there is an interest to have an integrated workforce development system put in place, and looking for the county to provide leadership in the workforce development space as well. Regarding our managing for results philosophy that was presented to you, our new framework, it helps define how the work is getting done, helps define the return on investment, and also are we getting our money's worth. The second workforce development presentation this afternoon, have the county served. Would like to see the county serve as a connector for job opportunities, explore the creation of an upward mobility residential academy, and then specific to the juveniles, youth crime presentation. In summary, look at the investment and evaluate the results. Again, looking at this return on investments, and certainly our new managing for results framework will help with that. And when Adrian present the update on the program review, you'll see how that is also tied to that feedback. And then last but certainly not least, the critical home repair, the ask, and it seems like there is a consensus in supporting the ongoing investments relative to maintaining that program and looking at, although LaShonda says she has a report, a comparison of what the city is doing with their program in comparison to the county repair. So I just want to say thank you for your engagement today. And thank you for providing some feedback and guidance again as we prepare for the next budget cycle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Books are okay to stay here, right?
Yeah, I think we have the room.
Yes,
Yeah.
We have the room.
We'll make sure.
All right, so Books can stay if people want them to stay. So we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.